two champions. Nigeria answers.com.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria. For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria. For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace, oh, back to honor it, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant these our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace, oh, back to honor it, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant these our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Nigeria.
One. Back in the cockpit for what is the endless action that is the National E-Soccer Elite Division, brought to you by Kate Esports. And we are live at the Game Evolution Studios. It's going to be a crazy day. We want to welcome you to week 2 for the Elite Divisions. Last week was a banger. Sly was with me. We walked through all that was the madness that was week 1, Sly. I don't know if you've been able to recover, because when I was outside earlier today, some of the players haven't fully recovered from what happened last week.
Understandably so. A lot went down, a lot to digest. I'm sure if you were following KD Sports across all socials, you saw what went down. So many upsets, so much drama. Exactly what you expect from the National Soccer League. But if you've not recovered by now as a player, I think you might have some trouble on your hands. But like you said, action-packed today. I can't wait for it to get started.
Yeah, today we are going to be seeing all of the top guns in action. I think with the exception of Farouk Mamzo, who is going to be here. I believe we're expecting him to come in sometime
next week,
maybe next week for week 3. But right now it's still craziness. Right now, it does feel like everybody has a head start. But we expect that, because like we saw with the Pro Leagues, every week had something different. Every week it had like a different theme, a different player of the week. Somebody was looking to impress, and maybe someone was not progressing with the same momentum they had from the previous week. The Elite Division is a little bit different. We have 5 weeks only. the Pro Leagues was longer. We had 8 weeks.
Yeah, sort of.
But for the elite division, it's just straight on 5 weeks. So the players don't really have much wiggle room to lose focus and lose a momentum. What do you expect from players that didn't have a great first week?
I mean, and there's a number of players that didn't have a great week first week. Of course, we've got to start with the obvious one. KILLERFREAK kind of disappointed his audience a bit.
Yeah.
They didn't start well for him as that forfeit of his game due to him coming to the venue late. Then the game we're expecting him to bounce back. He actually leads in that game, then lets go of that lead. I think when you look at it from a deeper sense, he did start that game with basically a 4-4-2, which is his stronger formation, allowing him to go on the front foot. But then once you're leading for one, you're expecting, okay, maybe be conservative a bit. But he still went on with the 4-4-2. Not to take any credit away from BAJI Jr., because I think that guy played tremendously well. So credit to BAJI Jr., but KILLERFREAK disappointing to himself and his fans, because I saw across all social media platforms, everybody was shocked. Was like, how did KILLERFREAK lose? But it tells you we are all human. So he's looking to work on his game. Another guy like Dada Boy, similar start to the pro division, where he starts slowly, concedes a lot of goals. But like you said earlier, there's not much wiggle room this time. If you are going to bounce back, it has to be now.
Today.
It has to be now.
I totally agree with you, especially with the fact that you're looking at the talent in this pool. It is insane. I mean, in the pro leagues, you knew like, okay, I could pick 3-4 people.
There were like some guaranteed points.
These are my so-called low-hanging fruits. But you're in the elite division where these guys are sharks, man. These guys, they want to take your life if you allow them, so to speak, figuratively speaking. And you notice that the fact that you're having a good day means that somebody else is having a bad day. Especially at this level, nobody wants that. So I think that the atmosphere is different. The competition is at another level. So I'm expecting nothing less than crazy.
Yeah, exactly. We spoke about players who did struggle in week one. When we look on the opposite side of the spectrum, there were players who excelled in week one. First name on that list has to be BAJI Jr. First game comes in, starts in strong, really beats Mr. Organ and shows everybody that he's good. But then that KILLERFREAK game, the doubters were all around. When he was 4-1 down, I think, man, you and I, if we were to place a bet or put a prediction, I would have said,
go home.
He would have lost that game, but he didn't give up. He showed that resilience that he's got. He showed that there's a reason why that experience carried over. And the thing is, once that day ended, if you followed BAJI Jr.'s social media platform, they actually won a tournament, I think organized by MTN that same day. So, like, the guys in red hot form. We're speaking about KINGNONEX being in red hot form. BAJI Jr. is right at the top of the mix as well. So that's somebody who's coming in confident to be looking to continue in that same form. Then you look at the other side as well, KINGNONEX, come on. His first game, being pro league champion, is coming into the elite division. They gave him a very tough matchup to start against Mitchell, who we know can be a good player on his day. And I mean, the way he dispatched Mitchell off tells you he really
this is someone you should actually pay attention to.
And then we look at somebody like ADEFOLA, who had more or less like a mixed bag. First losing to Tactical and then winning against Gru. I think that was important. Him and KK, they are both in the same soup. Because KK also lost his first game, was able to win the second game. So they know how important it is to bounce back. And I think the approach from all of these players is going to be critical to watch, because like you said, not much wiggle room. There's 5 weeks. Before I would have said 5 weeks is a lot, but from what we've seen in the pro leagues, 5 weeks is not enough.
It's not, because all it takes is for you to have, I mean, for BAJI Jr., if he continues, I'm using him as example because he's the only one who right now has 2 out of 2, I believe. If he continues with this rich form and goes on like a 2-week, it's like he's top of the league. He's guaranteed 8th place. I'm talking about guaranteed spaces or places. What points do you think will be required for you to make it? Because in the pro leagues, we're looking at, I think, 30, but ultimately it came down to something like 36.
Yes, exactly.
What do you think is the guaranteed number of points you need to hit to make it to elite division?
I think because it's more difficult, and because we'll be seeing people not necessarily go on unbeaten runs. Because mind you, KK and KINGNONEX, they both lost like just 1 or 2 games. I don't think we'll see that structure anymore. I think the points needed to maybe make top 8 might be lesser, especially because it's not as many as compared to the pro league. Because the pro leagues we had like 16 players. This time we have about 13 players.
I think that's 3
So
times
maybe
12,
you not need 36 points necessarily to go. Maybe once it hits 30 points, 28 points, you could be in the mix. But hey,
I'm looking at 20. I'm looking at 20.
20 is quite low, by the way.
Yep. I mean, okay, so you have 5 people who are going to be dropping down, who are going to be relegating back to the pro leagues, and
top 8 will remain.
So you're looking at the quality of the position. First things first. some weeks back, we were talking about how if it was going to be possible to see someone like KILLERFREAK go on another unbeaten run, maybe down to the end of the whole thing, and now he has handed 2
That story has changed already.
So that story has died down, right? And you're looking at BAJI, you know that no matter how great he is, you do feel like someone like a Farouk Mamzo, a KINGNONEX, maybe a KAYKAY might take some points off him. And you're looking around every other person in the pool of players, you see like these guys can take points off each other. For me, I feel like 20 points will give you possibly top 4.
Well,
that's how high it might be.
I mean, that should certainly be fun. Well, Manny says 20 points will be enough. You can let us know what you think in the comments. Will that be enough? Well, we've got the itinerary for today ready. It's an action-packed one, like Manny and I said. It's going to be 6 rounds of action. If you are new here, this is how we do things. We have 2 games going on concurrently. We've got the primary stream, which of course our main focus will be on, but we don't forget the secondary stream. We'll be giving you all of the updates as and when the goals do go in and the big moments from those ones. To kick us off today, a massive one. Guru playing Mr. Oga. Mind you, both of these guys on the primary stream, Guru won his first game against KAYKAY convincingly. Then in that game against ADEFOLA, I think he will be disappointed with the way he performed.
I mean, he did actually at some point take the lead, and then ADEFOLA just found a way to lock in and then
at the point. So for Guru, he's looking to bounce back, and Mr. Oga also didn't start properly. I mean, did lose his first game to BAJI Jr., and I think this will be a perfect moment for him to announce himself. On the secondary stream, Dada Boy versus Elevation. Now, they are calling Elevation maybe one of the most luckiest one on earth, because I wouldn't say he escaped playing KILLERFREAK, but hey, you coming early has to be a plus.
Yeah, he gets 3 points from showing up and showing up on time. For any man, especially when you have an opponent like KILLERFREAK, in 3 goals, you are so happy, thank God. And now he gets to play a Dada Boy who isn't in the best of form, or he doesn't really have that momentum like if he had picked up a huge win against KAYKAY. So you're looking at him, maybe for Elevation, this is the best way to start. If Elevation can get 3 points today, that would be a very good week 2 from him. And I think we are back in straight. We're going straight into the action for the day. Mr. Oga versus Guru. That is what you currently have on your screen. Early lead, I think that's what he's going for.
Well, if this is your first time tuning into the National Elite League Season 2, we've got a couple of squad restrictions that these players are following vehemently this year. We're starting with 10 million coins as the budget that they are using, and of course, in every single team, we've got to have that identity with you using a Nigerian player. Last week, almost everybody was with Ajibade, and that should be fun to see if there are any changes in for this week as well. I've been very critical of some teams that I've seen. I mean, there's been an ongoing conversation about that left wing position, about who is the best in that left wing position. A lot of people are going with Man City's Antoine Semenyo at that position. The team of the season card. I know Premier League team of the season just ended yesterday, but he is an incredible card. It's cost around maybe 1.8 million coins. So just to spend that much on a winger, you know, the excellence that he comes with, the fact that he has that lengthy running style. He's got about 96 pace. He's got the finesse plus that you're looking for. He's got a rapid play style plus that you're looking for. Semenyo is not a bad choice as well, but I mean, people still keep going with things that do work for them, and as we see the likes of Sherlin still being used.
Yeah, I was just going to mention Sherlin's name. She has been an ever-present right from the pro leagues. She was the most consistently used card throughout the entire tournament, and that consistency in terms of making it to the top 11 of some of the players. Where do you think she would possibly fit in if she's not going to be on that left wing, or do you think she's going to be top entirely?
Yeah, I think there was an old version of the Shelling that was released into the SBCs. That's what basically everybody was using in the pro leagues, but then they released the new knockout royalty item Shelling, which she's not bad at all. I think they've upped their pace, they've upped their dribbling, and she's pretty good to use. Mr. Oga announcing himself earlier, first goal on the broadcast here in week 2. He strikes first.
Yeah, you know, once he got into that position with a low-driven effort, I mean, if you're still sleeping on it, if you're at home, you're wondering why we have been talking about the low-driven and how effective it is. That is possibly the best example of how effective the low-driven is in those type of situations. Every other time, if you're going for the far post shot, regular shot, it possibly will be saved by the goalkeeper, but low-driven, it just slips beyond the goalkeeper's grasp, and that's That's the lead for Mr. Oga as he tries to get himself possibly a brace that would give him a lot of room as Eze dribbles, wiggles his way, and finds the goal again. That bounce back. Very, very lucky, but it's one he will be taking every day, all day, especially on the days like this.
Well, if you've been a massive follower of Nigerian esports, FC action, maybe the narrative about Mr. Oga is he's probably like a defensive-minded talent. These days, he's playing totally different, really starting strongly, taking the game to a guy like Guru in the mix today. And I mean, the Abuja man having to feel the pressure of the integral champion himself as Mr. Oga ballooning up a 2-goal lead very early on in this stages. I mean, it's exactly how we expected this game to go, but the aggression from Mr. Oga is something to really enjoy in these first few moments. There goes McTominay. Mr. Oga full of confidence now with Schweinsteiger going down the right-hand side. And look at how patient he is with the ball. You've got to commend Guru's defending that time.
Yeah, I really love the way he is chopping it up, his way he's giving himself a whole lot of choices in terms of the passing. I think this might be offside. Yes, it is. That one was way offside. Not the best of passes from Guru. But going to the way Oga is passing, I love the fact that he's been able to switch and work on his game. A whole lot of chances, a whole lot of especially with the movements from his players. He's doing so well, and that is to go to Ghana. That's why I tell you guys, you have to stay tuned. There are battles happening all across the leaderboard. Don't forget the top, the first position is going home with ₦1 million, and there are a whole lot of prizes for every other person in this particular leader elite division. While the top 4 is going to be going on to face Ghana in the Nigeria versus Ghana version 2. So there's while you want to ensure that you're staying in the early division, there's also a whole lot of incentive for you to be in that top 4 position. Meanwhile, top 8 from 5th to 8th are also going to be guaranteed a spot in next year early division. This is what the prize pool looks like. I talked about the first place going home with ₦1 million. Second place and third place are going to be going home with 600 and 400,000 consecutively. Both 3 places are going to be sharing about ₦2 million. Yeah, just the top 3 places are going to be sharing ₦2 million. The 4th place is not left behind. He's going home with, whoever that is going to be going home with 300,000, while 5th place is going to be going home with 200,000. 6th place 150, 7th place 100,000. 8th place, the last man to qualify, whoever that is for elite division next year, is going to be taking home 50,000 as a consolation prize. While 9th to 16th, regardless of what happens, are definitely going to be going home with something after the whole elite division. Well, we are back in the action. Guru in the all-white kit is the one who is going to be trying to see if he can get something out of this game. For Mr. Oga, it has to be more of the same. How he started the first 10-15 minutes was very, very key to him getting 2 points. It was very quick with his passes, decision making, and defensively also it was very structured. We have talked about how very organized that man can be on his day defensively. Just that we're talking about how his offense have now been great. Now this might be a time for the low driven pass. I think he has low driven shot rather, but that's not for McTominay. That's not the man you want to have in those positions at all times.
Well, certainly there was the element of, I think last week when we were on the broadcast, someone in the comments said Mr. Oga, being an Arsenal fan, always tries to include an Arsenal player in the squad, and I think I've seen him using Eberechi Eze in the squad. The Champions League road to the final item. Eze, he's got that technical play style plus finesse play style plus as well. Not a bad player to have in your lineup at all, and he is featuring for Oga. And I love when players do this. Look, I always say the ultimate team is basically fantasy league. Whoever you feel like will be fit for your league, fine. But then once you add that element of your personal sentiment, be it a tournament, be it you're playing weekend league or champs, that feeling is just different. So adding Eberechi Eze because maybe he is one of his favorite players and he supports Arsenal just adds that beautiful element to the game. And that's why we insisted on using a Nigerian player. Just that
have that personality.
Exactly. It adds a different vibe to this whole thing, and hopefully it's able to spare these boys on to do greater things to come. There's Ryan Cherky on the ball to find Matheus. Look at the run of Ajibade. She'll definitely get there first before O'Reilly. Ajibade, can she find the finish? And she will. Guru getting back in this game, all important. First goal for Guru in this one. Like you said, during the pause, how is Guru going to respond? Is it going to work in his favor? It seems like it is.
Yep. I mean, I think for Guru, this is a perfect time to get himself a goal, because yes, while it is still Mr. Oga leading, but there's just something about how the momentum has shifted a little bit. You could see right from that restart of the break, we could see Guru attempting to take the ball again and again, and now he has another chance this time around. I think he holds onto the ball a little too long, and it is Eberechi Eze and Ajibade combining together. Beckham, Sterling goes for that. I don't know if that was straight down the middle, but that should have definitely been a low-driven effort again.
I love the mind games that go on every single time when you're playing transition football in FC26. Because these days, if you're not playing transition football, you're not scoring goals. And you saw that chance right there with Shelling. What Mr. Oga could have done was just take the ball and maybe turn right to go for an immediate finesse. But you felt like Guru anticipated that. So what did he do? Take an extra touch into the space and go for the shot. Unfortunately, was unable to convert. But those are the mind games I'm talking about. Once you're able to win from the mind games point of view, you give yourself a very strong chance. Speaking of transitions, there we go again. He sends the runner of Beckham. Will return it into space. Look at that Shelley run. Can he find there? But the defense getting there earlier, making a clearance. Now that's another interesting option at the back. If you look at the left back, he's using O'Reilly, and the right back is using Palestra, I believe, from Serie A team of the season. That O'Reilly item is looking like a fan favorite, and he was released into the SBCs like just 2 days ago. It should tell you how highly people rate that item. I mean, he's had an excellent season for Manchester City already.
Yeah, those headers, those late runs into the box, for me, they are very, very key to how Man City have, had that resurgence in a couple weeks. Now, but I mean, looking at it, for someone who's at home watching, they'll probably be asking, what particular attribute does this man have that should make me consider getting him into the team?
I mean, immediately you see that O'Reilly, look at the pace. I believe he's given like 93, 94 pace. But the most important reason why he's in that squad is the bruiser play style. These days, if you're playing advanced defending and you're shoulder to shoulder with your attacker and you're not spamming that X button, I'm telling you, it's serious trouble. So almost every single centre back that these top guys are using have the bruiser play style plus. Now, if your fullbacks can also have bruiser, then it's a plus to you. Semenyo with an open chance, and Guru will respond. He's back on level terms.
My goodness, just like that, that man has seized the bull by the horn, got himself 2 huge goals, and right on the cups of getting the first half done, he's gotten 2 goals to tie this lead going into halftime.
Well, it was indeed a well-worked finish. And I mean, if you had a hint of writing the Abuja man off, well, change the script already. This man, he's not going away anytime soon. The game did start strongly for Mr. Oga. But like Manny and I keep saying, a 9-minute house, it can change in a split second. It can change in a split second. And for Mr. Oga, he's certainly feeling the pressure of holding on to a lead as we enter final stages before we head on to halftime.
If he can get himself something out of this one, it will be incredible for Mr. Oga. Shelling has not really been as effective as you would expect for Mr. Oga on that left flank. He's not really used her to her obvious strength in terms of getting the ball in spaces where the finesse would be the ultimate goal scoring method.
Well, certainly, I did speak about Shelling earlier, and if you watch the Pro League, Shelling was the most used winger in the tournament. But I told you that they released a different version of Shelling. So that Shelling earlier was, I believe, a Shelling that was in the SBC. She's around like 300k these days. I still have her in my team. But when I played in Rivals, I was like, this Shelling feels a little bit slower. Is it because he has released the newer version? Then I checked the newer version and I understood why. The Knockout Royalty Icon item version of Shelling. Better pace, better play styles, better shooting. So I think in order to be able to get the best out of Shelling these days, you've got to use the higher version, the Knockout Royalty. And I think that's one thing that Mr. Oga has got to be able to change in his team. I think he's still using the older version of Shelling. Even if it's working for you, I think once players upgrades come, the game has a way of making the older version kind of be annoying a little bit, as we get to see a glimpse of the players in action. A new dynamic inside for Guru, I believe. This time, last week he didn't play with the coach. This week it seemed like he's brought a coach on board.
Yeah, I mean, Dutch in the booth. At the Pro League, we saw Gosi at some point sit in the booth with him. I think this is very, very key for him to recognize where his strength lies. He did play the first week without the coach. It wasn't the greatest of weeks, and now he has a coach in, and it does look like the performances are upping up a little bit, especially with how Mr. August started and how he's been able to respond, especially after that break. So whatever the case is, it does look like this is a good move for Guru and his team.
I mean, speaking of Dutch and Guru and all of those guys that contribute to the esports ecosystem. Look, when you tune into the National E-Soccer League, Manny and I, you get to see us every single day. But I bet you there are guys working behind the scenes to make these things successful. And maybe you don't hear Dutch's name every single time, but I'm sure if you're from Abuja, you definitely hear who Dutch is. And I think they deserve their flowers as well. Don Oji, Gozi, Dutch. That for him, the way he's been pushing the esports agenda, not just the whole of Nigeria, but of course centering it in Abuja, because usually everything is being done in Lagos. Once you have guys like these pushing that type of agenda, FC esports is spread evenly across the whole of Nigeria. So massive credit to Dutch, massive credit to guys like Guru, massive credit to guys like Don Oji, and all of you guys that are putting in the work behind the scenes. Manny and I, our faces might be showing on screen every day. Maybe we might be taking so much credit, but we want to say that we appreciate all of the efforts that you guys put in. Without you guys, we cannot be here.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Especially with the fact that esports right now, I mean, if you see how much we have been able to achieve in the past couple months, in the past couple years, that tells you the amount of work that has gone inside. There's so many people who right now we don't even know much of their names, as Mr. Oga will be looking to get himself back into the lead again this time around. He really needs something out of nothing. But I'm going back to the conversation. There's so many people who have maybe no longer in the esports ecosystem, but they have done their own part.
They paved the way.
They paved the way. There are so many names on which the successes that we are enjoying currently have been built on their back. But shout out to everybody who is still active, who is still participating. The coaches themselves also, I want to give them a huge props, because some of these players, some of these coaches spend a whole lot of time watching the play, trying to figure out what is wrong, trying to help the grinding that takes for these players. I mean, guys,
Mr. Oga,
Right
back
again.
in the lead, right on the money, finding Ebere Eze in that space and converting. I was looking critically at that defending style, as I see that Elevation is actually having a game for himself, and you see the reaction of that man, the man who went about 3 straight weeks unbeaten in the Pro Leagues. Well, he's got 3 points to his name already, and he's looking to make it 6, as Dada Boy also getting a response. Dada Boy has been on the receiving end of a lot of goals. I see like this game is certainly going off. I believe the Outlaws esports player Dada Boy actually gets a second with an excellent build-up to find Alessia Russo, and that makes it a 6-goal thriller right there. That's just a quick update of how things are going on in that one. But look, back to this game, and just the goal that Mr. Oga scored. I was looking at Guru's defending. Manny, what's your take on second man press? Because it felt like Guru didn't even use second man press. Well, he didn't need that second man press. All he's attacking, and credit to him, he's back in that mix once again.
Before I go to your question, I love how he forced Mr. Oga to commit those centre backs, and we did talk about it a whole lot during the Pro Leagues, as how as soon as you commit your centre backs, you are in trouble. The best way to defend is always to use your full backs, your DMs if you have your DMs, or your centre midfielders. But whatever the case is, sometimes the amount of pressure, the right amount of pressure, can force your opponent into making such mistakes, even at this high level. Whatever the case is, it is in Guru's favour. He is currently back in this one. This game is currently poised at 3-3. Very good move for both players right now. Well, mostly Guru, because the momentum, it does look like he has shifted back in his favor. Let's see how he can manage it in the moments as Mr. Oga will try to force things to go in his favor. Talking about the two-man press, the thing is, it's all about timing. We've spoken about timing a whole lot. I love using the two-man press rather. I think some players have mastered the art of pressing with the two-man press. They sort of make themselves
See how Mr. Oga just defended right there. You saw the green icon.
Very quick, and he did it very use the proper timing. Every single time you have the two-man press and you do it properly. Listen, funny how I feel like Ebere does look like the man who is in front, who is the advanced forward for Mr. Oga. It seems like we might have something.
We might have a comeback. Don't sleep on that boy just yet.
Okay.
We told you about this guy of finding ways to bounce back. Same as the Pro Leagues, he's doing it in the Elite League as well.
Yeah. And I think that's very good for him. But going back into this, what do you think is the idea behind using Ebere as the striker? Because now I'm seeing it does look like it is Ebere who is the striker for Mr. Oga. I mean, he's found himself in some interesting positions across board. But do you think that's the perfect move for him?
I mean, these days, with the way FC is structured, you don't need like a bulky striker figure. The most important thing is for your striker to be able to give a pass.
Yeah.
Have inside save, have tiki-taka, to be able to play.
So he can be walking around.
Exactly. With wingers. So if he's able to play a pass into the wingers, then yeah, okay. So if Ebere is working for Mr. Oga, I think he's got to carry on with it. As about 20 in-game minutes left before we wrap up this crazy game, and it's very well balanced. I like how I'm seeing things right now. And look, credit to Mr. Oga. I feel like when Guru made that resurgence of the comeback, somebody else could have maybe faltered a bit and giving in to the pressure, but I think he's held his own pretty well.
Yeah, he's really done well for himself. We've seen it happen time and time again, especially with that pause in game where it does look like if you're in the lead, you have to be very careful, because as soon as there is a pause for whatever reason, if you could get this pass to Ajibade, he doesn't. Maybe he didn't see that one, or maybe it was just one of those moments where it was a little bit too much for him to progress in that moment. But here's Sherlin My goodness, getting herself in pole position. Beckham, not that strongest of players you want to have in those positions. His passing is absolutely insane, but every single time he's up against a whole lot of body, he's always in trouble. I love this the way.
Manny, I feel like Mr. Oga's got to take one of these chances where he's running at the defense. He's got to find a way of playing the perfect pass, because there's been moments like those. Credit to him, he's been able to break through the midfield of Guru, but just that telling pass now is what he's looking for as we approach the last 15 minutes of this one. Guru can't seem to hold on to possession as Mr. Oga keeps controlling it.
Interesting thing for me is that the pause has been queued now for the past 5 minutes. Maybe this might be a chance for him. Oh, well, he gets that pause he desperately wanted. No driven effort. I would have definitely worked for him there.
The footwork plot coming from Yashin, all important save to keep this game at 3-3. But for all of Mr. Oga's pressing and his pushing, his controlling of possession, the final pass has been what has been lacking. Because the last few possessions, he's been running at the defense, but Guru more or less been on point. He's kind of reading where the passes will be. He could really create some problems, and now the danger is these many bodies forward. Guru could hit you on the one-time counter.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about how it's a game of transitions, how you could get hit on the counter. You know, Guru, he excels in those ones. We did see the first 2 goals came from transitions like those. But I'm looking at Mr. Oga, especially in that final third. I think one of the issues he's having is that he doesn't have a strike or a player in that moment, as it does seem like Elevation will get himself back in a 2-goal lead, as he will be looking. Goals we see on here. Oh, they're absolutely insane.
All hail Elevation for this one. I love that goal so much, because you know that wing with Mbeumo, he actually triggered the player lock. And what do we say about the player lock? No matter how good you are, you react to it.
You react
so
to it.
You could tell that boy had reacted, shifted the defender towards that space, and Mbeumo had so much time. Could have gone for the far corner, went for the near post.
I mean, that wicked left, the goalkeeper has stood no chance. But looking at back to the game of Mr. Oga, do you think if he has a cam who can shoot, it probably would give him a more dynamic approach? Because every single time Beckham is on the ball, Guru knows this man is not going to take a shot, because Beckham is not the most, I would say, effective one when it comes to shooting. Maybe if you can have someone like an Alex Russo, who is great with her shooting, maybe that might just give him a little bit in those areas of the pitch. What do you think?
Well, I think it depends on where he is playing that Beckham item, because I think it has been a change where he shifted it a bit. Coming in to block that one, but it's changing tactical changes with all of the formation changes as well. But right now it is currently Mr. Oga pushing and looking to get that lead back. Ryan Cherki, Mr. Oga on the defensive. We know Guru. I mean, Guru in these moments like this, I think is where he thrives the most, where a lot of defending, and now it's his turn to break you down. And there he goes, the man from Abuja is like slightly off through Mateo, but that just tells you to the excellence of Mr. Oga's defending, learning when to use that offside trap to perfection.
I mean, I'm seeing good the right, not where we see him consistently, and I'm wondering, is that something we are missing out on? As that ball over the top, problem with Rukos in the back.
You remember in the Pro Leagues, I think Guru was also using a right-footed player, and that just adds a little bit to the mind games, to the dynamic where these days, you know, everybody wants to cut in and finish. But when you know, he can go for the shot across or a normal shot, but then if he's got a 5-star weak foot, then you know he can still go for the finesse in that position. So that's something to watch out for as we approach final minutes of this game. A goal now could certainly decide where all 3 points might go, or will they share the spoils? Palestra, brilliant pass to find Shelling on the right hand side, gets the touch in. Mateo, it could be now a number 4. Guru, take a bow. He's been on the back foot throughout the whole of the game, and for the first time in this one, he leads.
You did call this one. You did. He was taking some of those chances, because any moment from that point where he was missing all of those chances, we know Guru had that thing where he could get something out of the game, especially in chaos. We talk about how this man enjoys chaos so much. He knows how to see deep, soak up pressure, and hit you where it might hurt you the most. Wow. And as soon as I saw him give him that. I think it was Mateo. Try that move back and forth. I knew Mr. Oga was going to react immediately. It does happen. There was nothing he could do but react in those moments because I mean, if Mateo had cut to her right, that was a problem. But as soon as Mr. Oga reacted, he went back to his left and he took that one very, very clinically. It does seem like Bolivation has really enjoyed a lot of these byline runs against Bolivation. It's been back-to-back byline runs. The last 3 goals have come from the byline as, oh, wow, we might just see another one. Oh, that's nasty defending. That's wrong defending. And Shelling, she's never missing from that angle. That defending, not the best at all. I was expecting Banana Boys to do way better there, but he doesn't. And wow.
Elevation takes full advantage. He's really quieted down all of these counts, but we draw attention back to our main featured game in round 1 here inside week 2 of the National Esoccer Elite League. They've been throwing sucker punches at each other, massive jabs, and could Guru's go secure all important 3 points. Now this was a problem of Guru in the Pro Leagues, holding on to the lead to the last minute. We saw him giving up so many times. Are we about to see him potentially? A lesson I've learned from my mistakes. Can he hold on to it as Mr. Oga was certainly put on the press? There goes Guru. The most important decision could be now. Is he looking for the all? Well, there you have it. He was on the back foot for the whole of the game. This fit goes so 3 points in the bag, and for the first time we see Guru celebrating viciously.
That's one way to manage the game. Get yourself an extra goal. Get yourself a and I think at this point sort of settle the tie as it stands. Wow, Mr. Oga, for all the good work he has done today, has now been left. I don't know. It does feel like he has a bitter taste in his mouth now, because this had been him from the very get-go. Started out very well, but when we talk about it consistently, how it's not about starting well alone, it's about finishing well. And he will rue a whole lot of those chances he didn't take, and maybe this would have ended up differently if he had taken 1 or 2 of those chances.
I mean, clear-cut chances for me. I think they were more or less like half chances where once he gives the killer pass, that could have been the end of the deal. But Mr. Oga just wasn't decisive enough, and it's come to haunt him. And he stayed in there. I don't think this was particularly one of his best games out there, but like I say with players, maybe an example is KINGNONEX. Even when they are not having their best, they churn
do find a way
results.
Yeah.
And credit to I mean, Guru, all important 3. How difficult this league can be. Wherever you get those points from, hold on to it and secure it tightly. Mr. Oga trying to get potentially a consolation back to cut it to the deficit, but it might be a little bit too late to mount one final comeback and find out with a brilliant move. Mr. Oga, you just kind of feel sorry for him because the way he played, especially in that first half, you feel like he deserves more in this game.
I mean, for him, a draw would have been so good, but unfortunately now he's left to rue all of those chances. It was an almost or a near miss for Mr. Oga, but for him, there's still wow, for Guru, this is absolutely insane. This is really great. Coming back from 2 goals down in the very opening of, I think it shows that he has matured a little bit. We're talking about if he was going to be able to manage the game. He did manage it properly, and not just managing it, he got himself another goal. I mean, because it was just a 1 goal difference. Mr. Oga scores this one. Listen, it could have just been the end of that 3-point chase. It would have just been them splitting the points together. But that's how it is for for Guru. It did end in favor of Guru. He did get that one. 5 goals to 4. He is the man of the moment. He's celebrating his the smile on his face tells you how much this one means to him. It's like,
well, I think coming into today, Guru will be looking at his fixtures, because mind you, he was supposed to play Mr. Oga, which has gotten 3 points from. He is to play ANIFE later on. If he can pick up all 6 points, that will matter a lot to him. And we crazy in the chat as we like to keep the comments coming in. J-Sticks asking, no Farouk yet. Well, unfortunately, Farouk isn't. He will be here. Farouk Manzo's games will be on the broadcast. I mean, it's very intriguing as to see all of the comments coming in. Houston Blair was asking if a Dada Boy comeback was real, but Elevation shut all of those early on.
And someone says, I think Mr. Oga plays coach. That's very interesting. However, he didn't get a win, so I don't know if we could call this better. if he did get a win today, that would have possibly like given credence to that conversation. But now he wasn't able to through that run and get the 3 points done. Now we have the drawing board and see for Mr. Oga what works best. Because yes, start, but time is going. Games are being played out. You don't want to get to the 5th game and then you start getting results. You don't want to be in that top 8 struggle. We did see him struggle also in that Pro Leagues. In fact, I think it was on and I think he qualified at 6th or 7th position. He doesn't want to do that in the elite division because this is a different ball game, different type of animals, and they will tear you apart if you give them the chance.
Well, it is indeed a different ball game, but the results keep coming for Abuja's Guru. We are going for a quick break. We've seen the comments in this one about the stream and everything. We are working on it, hopefully. So make sure you stick on your KD Sports YouTube. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. All of the action will be coming to you live. Make sure you are tuned. There's a big one coming. That KILLERFREAK versus Mitchell game finally can come on now.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm sad for that one. I can't wait for it to begin. KILLERFREAK, the man who is the wounded lion, up against to make points. Mitchell versus KILLERFREAK right after the break. Don't go nowhere. We'll be coming with you guys with all of the action.
Say less.
Hold on, chat. Is this Sports Nations Cup? We're going international.
Looks like Nigeria just entered the big leagues.
To be honest, when you look at the training, what he was trying to do from there, analyzing.
Different flag.
Strategic play on a global board.
Gamers assemble.
It's official. We're good to go. The Esports Nations Cup brings national pride into competitive gaming. Now players have an opportunity to represent their countries on the global stage, featuring many titles like PUBG Mobile, EAFC, MLBB, chess, and so many other games. And Nigeria is in. I'm proud to announce that national team partners for the ENC, building the pathway from grassroots gamers to the world stage, from our community centers to the world gaming leagues. This is our country. This is Nigeria.
KD Sports is ready.
Nigeria is ready.
Nigeria to the world. From gamers to champions. Nigeria answers.com.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria. For Nigeria.
For Nigeria. For Nigeria. For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria, Esports Nations Cup 2026.
Nigeria is ready.
are up for grabs.
On the break to possibly seal it all.
Intermission break. We apologize for how long it was. We just rectified a couple of things, making sure the stream is smooth. You're still live here on the National E-Soccer Elite League. We told you that big game was going to come on. KILLERFREAK against Mitchell. We've been previewing this one as a very, very important game. KILLERFREAK has his back against the wall. Same for Mitchell as well. Both of them not as impressive starts as you would expect, but playing in some big games. The man in your shot right there, looking to secure his first points in the league, and everybody anticipating whether maybe he could pick up his first points against Mitchell, but Mitchell's not going to be an easy game at all. He's shown time without number that in big games he can go on and deliver. Confirmation of that result earlier on for that game between Dadaboy versus Elevation, and the Elevation taking all 3 points, winning by 7-6. Outlaws Dadaboy still looking for his first point in the Elite League. We turn our attention to our main featured game, round 2 of the action here live from Lagos, Nigeria. KILLERFREAK playing Mitchell. I believe KILLERFREAK will be using that Arsenal kit in the red and white, whilst Mitchell rocking with the blue and the white. Kind of feels like a Premier League title, Man City versus Arsenal, and it will be KILLERFREAK to strike the first blow. Marco Reus with a splendid effort, and he gets that first goal to go down.
Wow. First things first, I love how this one is starting out. It shows a whole lot of promise, but based off what happened in the week 1, now every single time we have KILLERFREAK go up a little bit, you know, we have to still maintain a little bit of that mind. Do you think he's going to be losing it? Do you think he can get this one over the line? Mitchell definitely is one of the persons who, if you think about it, has the potential, has the capacity to cause some ruffle in the feather of KILLERFREAK. But I love how he took that goal.
Do you think anybody playing KILLERFREAK these days will look back on that BAJI game and try to pick a couple of pointers? Because what BAJI did was, in some sense, he did not respect KILLERFREAK because he kept going at him.
Yeah.
But this man right here, once he gets into your box, you could smell trouble. McTominay's efforts being blocked right there. But I think people will pick pointers off of BAJI Jr. The fearlessness with which he played, that's something that you've got to admire.
I mean, if you don't pick up something from that game, then you're not ready for the elite divisions. You're not ready at all for the elite divisions, because you have to look at what worked last time, as Mitchell was looking to take advantage of that transitioning moment. It didn't work this time around. One thing I like about KILLERFREAK, though, just to quickly point that one out, is how he manages to stretch the play. He knows how to stretch the defenses. He knows how to stretch his opposition, and that way he enjoys himself a lot. As Mitchell will be looking to make something happen. Ball roll sculptor, not the skill move we see consistently again, but this time around he worked for him. McTominay. I mean, the midfield combination from Mitchell is very interesting. We have Ramirez, we have McTominay, we have KAYKAY. Not really something we see consistently. They are not like the most wow from Shelling. You know that one is definitely going in.
Well, certainly, from that angle, usually Shelling spells danger every single time.
I was talking about the midfield for Mitchell. They don't look like the very flexible type of midfielders. Yes, very bulky, very tall, but I don't know if that would help him in any sort of way. What would you think is Mitchell's idea going into this game, trying to use those type of players?
I think it's looking more or less like ball recovery. I think he knows that possession-wise, he might not be holding on to the ball for too long, because we all know KILLERFREAK is usually dominant in possession. Even though maybe it's not shown in the past couple of weeks, he still likes to hold on to the ball for a very long time. We're looking at cutting those passing lanes, guys who can recover and get back into those spaces. But so far, he's not doing a great job of that, as he's currently 2 goals down. Well, here goes Mitchell. Could he find a way back in this game? 15 minutes in, and KILLERFREAK certainly has left his print all over this one.
Yeah, absolutely. KILLERFREAK has really enjoyed staying in that center where Mitchell was trying to see if he could get some promise. So I think now Mitchell has to find a way to exploit the flanks, and maybe that could give him some option rather than going down the middle, because it does look like KILLERFREAK has the middle on lockdown, as we have an update in the game between KAYKAY and ANIFE. It does look like KK has started in a regular fashion, taking the first hit of ANIFE. He has scored the first goal, and in 40 minutes, that's all it took for KK to get the first goal. But back to the game between Mitchell and KILLERFREAK. 2 goals already for KILLERFREAK. Well, it does look like he has started very, very well. The question now is, how can he ensure that the mistakes that happen against someone like BAJI Jr. does not happen again? That is the ultimate question. Does he have the answer? We have a whole lot of time to find out.
I mean, there was a massive discourse about why he was still playing the 4-4-2 when he was 4-1 up. I think he still maintained that 4-4-2 formation, but the thing is, now if he's got a big lead, does he keep playing that way? Because he's playing catch up to a lot of guys in the league right now. Does he play that same style, or does he switch it up? Of course, time will indeed tell.
Yeah.
But for Mitchell, the thing is, once you're playing with KILLERFREAK, once you put yourself in a position where you have to face set defenses, KILLERFREAK's organization at the back is top tier against some of the very best in the league.
Especially down the middle.
Top tier, exactly. So you saw on a couple of possessions where Mitchell was trying to break him down. The space was literally clogged. So what you need to do is beat him in transition like BAJI Jr. did. Crisp passing, move the ball quickly. But hey, it's much easier said than done. Only the elites of the elites can do that. I would believe that Mitchell has certainly got the capability of doing that. You've just got to cook in the play a little bit. And if he does keep going on that tangent, then he could maybe break through KILLERFREAK's defense. But so far, I believe the man who came in second in last year's Elite League is enjoying himself on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, going back to that game between BAJI Jr. and KILLERFREAK, if you notice, I think 3 out of the last 4 goals came from the flank, from shelling, the low-driven efforts. It was really BAJI Jr. trying to get the ball in the middle, and as soon as the ball went to the middle, he switched right back to the wing, where he was having a whole lot of enjoyment, and that was the only reason why he was able to get. As we see now that Mitchell has scored 1 goal, and he is back in the frame for it.
Well, all important goal for Mitchell right there to keep things interesting in this game. You can't afford for this game to get away from you too much, even though he gave up a 4-1 lead. I mean, being 2-1 is still a very good place to be. Keep this game as balanced as you can. It seems like that KK versus ANIFE game is also producing loads and loads of goals. Currently 3-1, but it seems like ANIFE with his red-hot offense will find a way back in this game to make it 3-2.
Yep. Absolutely love how he's been able to take that one for ANIFE. That would be a very, very decent way to start out this one, ensuring that KK does not blow you away. I mean, we're looking at what happened with the Dada Boy game, and trying to ensure that this time around he doesn't fall prey to that one. As we go back into the action for Mitchell and KILLERFREAK. KILLERFREAK 2-1 now. This is where the mind games start happening. This is where you now start testing mental strength. As you can see, it was cued by Mitchell for KILLERFREAK. Now, there's a player who I just saw in KILLERFREAK's team. I didn't just see him, but as soon as I saw him, I was wondering. I mean, Kramer, do you know anything about that player?
Me, Christoph Kramer, not a card that a lot of people use. Mitchell through on goal, could get an equalizer early on here, but very great save from Manya, coming in early and making that all-important save. One thing about KILLERFREAK is he will use players that he is comfortable. I think Christoph Kramer, I don't know if it's part of the newly released Bundesliga items. I'll be checking that, of course, in due time.
I love that passing sequence between Mitchell now, but now he is in trouble if KILLERFREAK is able to get this transition, which you know he has all of the ability to do. The player lock, now he might switch it. I do think he's going to switch it. Wow, this is beautiful. As soon as that player lock was stretched out, as soon as I saw Kaka, trying to stretch out, I sort of thought in my mind immediately, this man is going to use this as a decoy moment. He did that one immediately. As you can see him smiling, he knew what he was doing, and it has worked out perfectly for him. Mitchell just falling for that trap there, and now all the good work done might have to be restarted all over again.
Well, the phrase usually is, it takes 2 to tango. Well, I'm telling you, it only took 1 man to tango right there. KILLERFREAK is dancing around the box, and he's certainly enjoying himself in another commanding position. 3-1 up, and he keeps winning the ball high up the field. This one has been a feature of his game. I don't think there's any iteration of FC that KILLERFREAK has played that there isn't an element of press in his game, and you're seeing it early on as he currently leads by 3-1 against Mitchell. There goes KILLERFREAK once more. Kramer will hold on to it. to find supports like KILLERFREAK on the break. You don't want him in positions like these. Royce, oh, it's brilliant. And it could have been the 4th goal right there, but that time, the goalkeeper coming to the rescue.
Absolutely. You see, the thing, I'm looking at the style of play. I'm looking at the approach from Mitchell, and I'm worried about having that Ramirez card because I don't think he's the best passer in that team for Mitchell. And you're going up against someone who loves
when you're playing on the counter, you need
someone who can get those balls in between the lines. Again, your opponent is a man who knows how to press, who knows how to cut passing lanes. You definitely need to have as much advantage as you can. So having a Ramirez and also having someone like a Kramer, I mean, for me, I'm not convinced that that's the best option to go for.
Well, this game approaching halftime in this one with KILLERFREAK certainly where he wants to be. Look, it's not been a bad half from Mitchell, but like we say, when you're playing great players like these, you cannot just be okay and expect to win games. You have to be extraordinary. And maybe potentially the last attack of this half, can Mitchell make something out of this one? Quick passing from Ramirez that time though. The defense right there on lock. Like Manny and I were saying earlier, that middle is just so compact from KILLERFREAK right now. It's causing so many problems from Mitchell because he keeps trying to go through the middle, and it's just not worked out for him. And the final whistle for that first half will come to a close. Kindly 3-1 in favor of KILLERFREAK.
Yep, and for me, you can see Boyd having a quick chat with Mitchell. And for me, what I really like about this is how rapt Mitchell is paying attention. He knows that he needs as much energy, as much advice, as much tactic, the breakdown of what is currently happening on the virtual pitch from his coach, who he trusts and who got him through a whole lot of these situations before. So I want to see how that would reflect in the second half of the game going into it. I don't think he has been so far off. He now is not as in a dangerous position as BAJI was in last week. First half, it was 4-1 to KILLERFREAK. I think it was 3-1, and then in the beginning of the game, second half, KILLERFREAK got another goal to make it 4-1. So, well, if you look at it that way, he is in the exact position BAJI was. He can have to take some sort of inspiration from the performances of Elisha, who is also known as BAJI Jr.
Well, into the second half we go. If you enjoyed that first half action, it's live currently here on the KD Sports on YouTube, where the home of the National E-Soccer League is. So join the family. All you've got to do is hit that subscribe button. Just follow across all social media platforms to be a part of this wonderful family here. If you enjoy everything esports, this is where to be for the next 4 weeks and counting. I mean, now Mitchell certainly putting on a little bit of the press, but O'Reilly getting there first with that header on the break. We know how deadly some of these contests can be, and decision making, I say, is usually what separates the best from the rest.
Yep, talking about separations. Right now, that man who is currently enjoying a whole lot of separation from his opponents is KILLERFREAK. As you can see on your screen, that man locked in, trying to get himself another goal. That would definitely help his chase for the 3 points, first 3 points of the Elite Leagues for 2026. KILLERFREAK trying to defend now. Wow, Mitchell. I'm really, really concerned with the choice of players on the virtual pitch for Mitchell. I don't think they are giving him what he really, really needs to get the whole 3 points out of this game. A whole lot of strong physical players, but not necessarily the tactical players, the flair players, the players that can wiggle their way through with some of those dribbles. And I think that's one of the reasons why. I mean, if this was a game where you could get the ball over the top a whole lot of times, the ball in the air was going to give you a whole lot of advantage. Yes, there may be that would have been a type of game that Mitchell would have enjoyed a whole lot from. But let's not count the man out already. Here is Marco Royce, Semenyo card. We just talked about that one consistently, but McTominay there to block. A lot of blocked passes in this beginning of second half.
Four, certainly. Mitchell finding a way back, and that lofted pass was certainly questionable. When you've got guys like Saliba at the back, that type of pass, certainly not going to break him down. But that decision, right, I think he could have gone further, a little bit dribbling
I was
in that line, and now he could be on the verge of conceding one more time. But just slightly offside right there, KILLERFREAK. But I love this approach from Mitchell right after the second half started. You could tell that his eyes are on the prize and he's not ready to give it up yet. On the other hand, though, the man who came in second in the Pro Leagues, Lumo Habs KK, they have the best of starts to the Elite League, but in week 2 here looks to set down the marker and right his wrongs.
Yep, and this one, if he goes in, would make it 6. Love the fact that he went for the extra pass as Mitchell will get himself back into this equation again. Now this is where it spells a little bit of trouble for KILLERFREAK. This is where mentality comes to play. The question is, how does he come back from this one, knowing fully well what happened last week? Yes, you might be asking what happened, but in case you're not here, let's give you a quick rundown. BAJI Jr. came from 4 goals down, or for 3 goals down. He was poised at 4-1, very, very poised in favor of KILLERFREAK, and he was able to get the win over KILLERFREAK, handing him the first loss, well, the second loss for the Elite Division. Now, Mitchell has found himself in a similar position. Now just 1 goal left in. This has not been the very best of Mitchell. And if he can somehow get a result against a KILLERFREAK, even though he has not played the very best of FC today, that would be a huge result for him.
Funny enough, it's interesting how all of a sudden we are speaking about this being a vulnerability of KILLERFREAK, where we know he will lead, but then can he hold on to the lead? This wasn't the same case.
This is not what we
last year in the Elite League. It tells you times do change and players also do get better, because BAJI has raised this level, Mitchell has raised their level, and all of a sudden it's no more cruise control mode for guys like KILLERFREAK when they do lead in sub positions. BAJI Jr. great position in transition. He's got runners up top, left, right, center. He's picked the perfect one. And he should be scoring from there. Kaka's effort saved by the goalkeeper, but I love that sequence right there.
Absolutely.
The passing, the timing was inch perfect.
Oh, now he's unlucky. When he did everything right, Magnan stepped up, but this time around, he is unlucky. KILLERFREAK there, but it's one that Mitchell will make his luck from and take that goal any day. We do talk about this consistently. It's all about making your luck. He did get that shot in, and we don't see this often. We don't see deflections like this, actually wicked deflections like this. That one came from a corner routine, as you will see here. Semenyo to McTominay, back to Semenyo, and Jacob Ramon trying to block that one.
It's absolutely well deserved from Mitch. If you look at the approach as to how he started the second half, even if some of those things were not working, what we said was keep pushing against this guy, because immediately you relax on your laurels, they open up that lead and there's more trouble for you. This is the type of entertainment we came to see. And man, I can confidently say we have a game on our hands.
Absolutely. You know, you asked me a question earlier today. Do you think there was a world where we'll see KILLERFREAK lose his first 3 games? It does look like we might be getting to that world. Alternate realities, alternate universe, whatever the case you want to call it. It does look like this is the moment. But the question is, who is going to step up in the dying embers of this game? Well, we're not yet in the dying embers, but we have about 30 in-game minutes.
Still a lot of time to go.
A lot of time, but who's going to step up? For KILLERFREAK, the momentum is off. The jitters are there, most likely. The nerves are on. But the question is, how can he maintain a composure in a moment like this? Mitchell, can he do the business and get himself another game? If Mitchell gets himself another goal, that might just be a huge one for him in this chase to definitely going on to win the whole thing.
Wow, Mitchell. It looks like he's turned a new leaf now. Every single step has a little bit of zest to it. Can he channel this massive energy that he's playing with now into maybe leading for the very first time in this game? There he goes with Royce, baiting the pass right there into Schweinsteiger. I love the patience from him as well, because KILLERFREAK's defending in the middle has totally been top-notch, but in the second half, stories do change. Open space into Shelling. You love the idea from there. There was a scramble in the box. I thought maybe a penalty could have been given, because we know the inconsistencies of this game sometimes.
Yeah, that would have definitely had KILLERFREAK in his feelings. But you know, one thing is, I just want to take this moment and give the man his flowers. Boy, what a coach that man is. We saw at halftime when this goal was at 3-1. He had like a 2-minute talk with his player Mitchell, and all of a sudden we have a different Mitchell. We have a rejuvenated Mitchell. So I mean, sometimes you ask the questions, what does it mean to have someone like a coach on your end? But this is the right answer. You need someone who can really give you some of those changes, some of those, I would say, advantages. The little margins matter. And as you can see, this might
he might be in. That through ball will find Shelling. Big opportunity for Mitch to come in, and they almost gets it, but just missed on that opportunity. as that ANIFE versus KK game still producing goals. ANIFE getting the goal back to make it 6 goals to 3. I mean, it's going crazy everywhere.
Wow. Goals galore. Both of these players going at it as KK will get another one. And I am Shield says Freak probably supports Arsenal. The banter is on. Please don't forget to go to the YouTube channel where we are currently streaming for KAYKAY Esports on YouTube as ANIFE will step up and bury the penalties to make it 7-4. On YouTube right now, go on YouTube and drop your comments for us in the comments section as the corner routine from Mitchell is on, trying to see if he can get himself something just like he did last time. Knocked down again, but he has expressed himself a little bit to a transitioning move from KILLERFREAK. Oh my goodness, Bruiser definitely comes to play there from Palestra. Wow. It was very risky though. Because we saw that with Dada Boy, where he attempted the Bruiser, didn't get a right, and Elevation was able to get that goal.
Exactly, but man, in that position, you've got to take the risk because you're basically the last one, the son! Well, when things look like the way we're going well for this man, Mitchell, wow, in the right place at the very right time, really takes the game by the scruff of the neck. When KILLERFREAK attacking on one end, the Bruiser you were speaking about, it leads to a transition counter. And could we be seeing it happen right in front of our eyes again, where KILLERFREAK gives up one more lead? There goes Mitchell once more. This guy certainly has ice running through his veins. Wow.
I want to tell you unequivocally, this is the greatest competition we have ever had in Nigeria.
Oh, surely that's offside.
Right. Oh my goodness! It's not offside. It is a goal. And from 3-1, that coaching moment changed everything. What a craziness we have on our screens. Mitchell, take a bow. You did ask that question. Is there one way we could see 3 losses for KILLERFREAK back to back? Now it does seem like we are living in that alternate universe.
I mean, I'm just short for words. And I'm usually not short for words. But this is absolutely incredible. We asked for a lot of people's predictions coming into the Elite League, and everybody kept saying, oh, KILLERFREAK, everybody's going to win. I mean, there's a change. The bravery to give that pass. Human Son being introduced. And you see the raw emotions come from that man, Mitchell. And I mean, I think this is where KILLERFREAK tried to use the offside trap, and it just didn't work for him. Stepped up a bit, and Marco Royce at the right place at the right time.
Listen, we did talk about how tiny moments change the games, taking those risks. That last pass in itself was definitely those moments of risk. Wow, a therapist should be on site. I think KILLERFREAK is going through something. Wow, whatever the case is, Mitchell definitely has a hand in whatever it is that is happening today. Boyd also doing the business as a coach, not necessarily the best of passes in those moments. You could see that one, but that's what happens sometimes when the nerves are on. I did mention that one earlier. This is what happens when psychologically you've been affected. In FC is a game of moments. We've said that over and over again. You have to ensure that you're always making moments that would help you psychologically, help you mentally going forward into any competition, because this was the exact position that BAJI was in last week and was able to get a result against KILLERFREAK. And now the same thing. KILLERFREAK's confidence has taken a dent. That's the comment that you just saw.
I think this example of what the ripple effect means. When you've lost a 4-1 lead against BAJI Junior, it just gives everybody in that league that confidence that, you know what, this man who looked like he was unstoppable last year, there might be a little bit of crack showing. Credit to every single one of these players who's shown that they can exploit those cracks. Mitchell, could he be going for the jugular? Oh, it's brilliant! Oh, would have had goal number 6 right there. This man, the confidence is on level 100 at this point.
I mean, you know what's interesting about today's match and today's fixtures? At the end of today, next game we have, I think next 2-3 games, the next fixture is going to be Mitchell versus BAJI Junior. So whoever it is wins that game will definitely give themselves a huge boost in the race to crowning moments for the elite leagues. Wow. And I'm very, very sure that Farouk Mamso is currently somewhere watching as this one is progressing. How do you think that man is going to be feeling right now?
I mean, in some sense, his direct competitor for last year's kind of losing game. So maybe in some sense you say, okay, maybe I have a chance to win this league, but it's not all said and done. There are new guys here ready to challenge for the title. And I mean, they are making the acclaim, the likes of Mitchell, the likes of BAJI. They are making huge statements all over. And we are just a minute plus 30 seconds away from another huge result in just week 2 of the National Elite League. If you came in here with expectations for KILLERFREAK to maybe run through every single opponent of his, well, the story changes. We told you there will be changes like this every single weekend, and it's been tremendous. And it will conclude, Mitchell will secure victory against last year's runner-up Mitchell, who had a torrid time last year in the Elite League, only barely managed to stay in the top 8. Well, he's confirmed that all-important victory. What a game we've just witnessed.
Bro, listen, this is crazy. I mean, at this point, I think it is time to begin to work the conversations. It's time to begin to make the agendas known, because every other time, I mean, any other day, any other place, you'd expect this one to be hugely in favor for KILLERFREAK, and he did start that one out the exact way we expected him to. But as you can see, Lumo Hobbs, KK making it 8. Wow. Someone Sadiq David said, so KILLERFREAK fit no make top 3. That would be insane. I mean, imagine a world where in Ghana versus Nigeria version 2, we don't have a KILLERFREAK.
I mean,
and he was the one that came to Ghana and won everything.
Exactly.
So
it's actually crazy. It's crazy to think of.
So does that mean that the Ghana boy should be actually afraid? Should be scared? The guy who came and won it all in Ghana is currently down by 3.
Look, in some sense, you've got to look. Even though we all say, okay, KILLERFREAK is not playing well, we might be missing the point. Maybe it's just. It's just the other guys leveling, leveling up and saying, you know what, you can't be beating us every single time. We want to have a response, and this is top of the level response. Well, KK, who lost his first game in the Elite League, well, he has suddenly turned it around and he's going absolutely crazy. But right now in the chat, it is looking like everybody absolutely going crazy after this game. And I mean, this comment right there from Mr. Kemsey says everything. Nothing is wrong with KILLERFREAK's players. Players are just closing the skill gap.
Absolutely, and you're also looking at the fact that KILLERFREAK has been at this level for a while. All of the attention has been on him. People sort of watch his games. People see what he's doing. And it gives people the opportunity to sort of, you know, find ways to make these counters. I think that's the thing. The players have the opportunity now. They're seeing what he's doing day in, day out, week in, week out. He's streaming, of course, also. He's dropping his tactics online. These little margins sometimes can really prove as the difference. So the players are closing the skill gap. The question is, the players that are closing the skill gap have a huge mentality. They have done the work mentally. They know that once we're in this so and so position, we can definitely take something off KILLERFREAK. The question is, the guys that are coming after this, do they have the same mentality? Because the next person that will fall victim to KILLERFREAK might just be in trouble.
Exactly, once he picks it up. The funny thing is, he's played 2 games where all of the halves have been really contrasting. Against BAJI, first off, he looks like the KILLERFREAK that we usually expect. Second off, it's a different turnaround. Same thing happens in this game. Could it be a psychological issue? Could it be an in-game issue? Could it be a formation issue? Because I've seen in the chat people saying, why is he still playing the 4-4-2 after leading by that big margin? Well, I think it's only that man that can answer that type of question. But keep dropping the comments. Things are going in a lot. I'm seeing this one from Emmanuel Navarro, says Freak should play more without the player locks. They are ruining his game. Look, when he was winning with the player locks, we never complained.
Absolutely.
Like when we were winning with the player locks, we never complained. I just think it's just a matter of playing that full 90 and performing for the full 90.
And someone here said the hack is let's KILLERFREAK lead you with 2 goals so you can go on and win the game.
Can you do that?
I don't know. I don't know if that's an advice some of the players will be taking on board, because that would be putting yourself in some uncomfortable position.
This man right
So this
here.
is either revenge or this is tactical?
And tactical has started strong as well.
Yeah,
He's beating Fola, he's beating Elevation, he's 6 points out of a possible 6. KINGNONEX has also started well. MITCH, who just beat KILLERFREAK, KINGNONEX beat him convincingly. So there's just a lot to look around in the National Esoccer League, Elite League. If you've not seen the league before and this is your first time here, this is your cue to stay on. It's not only going to be a good time for a short time, it's going to be a very good time for a very long time. So make sure you tune in to the action. Confirmation of the results. MITCH secures all 3 points. KAYKAY secures all 3 points. But the next big game coming up right after this. KINGNONEX playing tactical. Don't go anywhere.
In perfection, and Chooks with the Akuma look on his face. Oh my God. Medicine. Champion EAFC 25, KILLERFREAK.
From everyone that competed today, whether you won or lost, your presence today has contributed to the growth of esports in Africa. Let's keep the spirit of Cage24 alive, share, post, and have a good night. Thank you.
just witnessed KILLERFREAK versus BAJI. It did seem like his demons were coming back to fight him. He did lose eventually to BAJI during the second half of the game that happened last weekend, and this time around it repeated itself again. History sort of repeated itself again. But for Mitchell, it's a job well done for he and his coach, who found a way and found the will to get the job done. This one ended 5-4, yeah. 5-3, 5-4, 5-3, I believe. That one done very, very decent. But we're going straight into the next game. We did tell you guys you cannot breathe. We have so much action. And we're going straight into the game between Tactical and KINGNONEX. KINGNONEX, 7th position after playing one game and winning one game. Tactical has had 2 wins out of 2. He currently has a 41% win rate with KINGNONEX closely with the 34% win rates.
Well, certainly. And speaking of KINGNONEX, I called him the hottest player on the block these days in Nigeria. And you know what? People have noticed that.
Yeah.
And last year, we were preaching for esports teams to make an announcement. Well, it's official. It is official. If you're following KINGNONEX, you know he has signed with Solar Flare Esports. But look at this team from KINGNONEX, really well crafted team, and you can tell that he spent a lot of money in the front. Look at that front three: Pina, Yildiz, Parallelo. All of them are going to cost him about 6 million coins thereabouts, and then he's going for cheap options. Rabiot, he's not up to 1 million coins. So is Scott McTominay. Ajibade is closely around 100k or 200k. I mean, Yakubu Ramon, like we said, he's the cheaper version of all of these top center backs that you have. Maldini, this is the baby version. Palestra, not expensive at all. Nico O'Reilly, the SBC around 200k. So the all importance is up top for him. Yildiz, we've got Claudia Pina and Parallelo. That is where all of the money is being put to it. I mean, you can't blame him at all. With how this game works, you need your firepower up top.
Yeah, and it does look like he's going for a whole lot of power. We also see Ajibade, that pacey winger. I don't think, initially in the restrictions, they did say you must play with a Nigerian player for about 30 minutes, but all of the players have stuck with Ajibade throughout the game, at least for a long period of time. And we see Tactical's team sort of looks very, very close to whatever it is. To what
both of them using team of the year Pina.
Yeah.
During the pro leagues, you couldn't afford team of the year Pina, but these days he's around like 1.82 million coins. You can't afford. Tactical is using Semenyo. He's not using the team of the season Semenyo, which has the finesse playstyle plus. But this fantasy FC item is not bad as well. Even though it doesn't have the finesse, I believe he has finesse white, so you can still bank a couple of them in. Bruno Fernandes playing on the right hand side. I think maybe that might be a mistake. I'm sure Ajibade will move to the right, and Bruno will be in the middle. But Bastian Schweinsteiger in that midfield, 96 rated. He's got a lot of playstyles to come up with. He's in the SBC, and I must say it's hell completing that SBCs because the number of squads you've got to submit is insane. He's got ridiculous playstyles everywhere. But Manny, we are now seeing a trend with the defending, especially with the fullbacks. Nico O'Reilly, Marco Palestra, these two players, everybody, and Yakubu Ramon, everybody's using that one. And of course, concurrently, we'll be having Adefola playing Mr. Oga. Mr. Oga, unfortunately, lost his first game today to Guru. Adefola, we've not seen him in action here today. Last week, lost 1-1 later on against Guru. Can he bounce back? You look at the win rate when these two go head to head, and you can tell Adefola certainly in a stronger position to claim victory. But with how Mr. Oga was playing, he was leading at a point against Guru. He could take that confidence into that game against Adefola. And now look, if you're in Adefola's shoes, seeing a contender like KILLERFREAK lose points should ginger you to step up the play a little bit, put your foot on the gas, and maybe you could even take top spot at some point. I
agree with you, especially now. It does seem like it has been thrown open, especially with Mitchell and BAJI going on to play later today. Any win for someone like Adefola right now counts a whole lot more than it normally would. Going up against Mr. Oga, who he does have a lot of history against, and I think he has enjoyed a lot of success against him. That definitely might give the man Adefola a little bit of that psychological advantage, as you can see. But now, one thing interesting to me, before we look into the squads, is it does seem like everybody right now is playing the 4-5-1 except KILLERFREAK. That might be the difference. Also, that boy who was not playing the 4-5-1 in game week 1, I think I noticed that one. I think he was on the 4-4-1-1, I believe. I'm not so sure. We'll confirm that one later. But now you're looking at the 4-5-1, the guys are using it. It does seem like this is what is getting the results done.
Amani, in the first half of all of KILLERFREAK's games, 4-4-2 has worked.
Yeah.
So is it that it's not sustainable? That's the way.
Across
the full 90 minutes. Because, mind you, I didn't know this as a fact. Shout out to our statistical team. Chima came in and gave me this message. KILLERFREAK has not scored in both of the second halves across the 2 games, which is absolutely insane. We'll discuss that later. Mr. August Draft, we know he loves that Eberechi Easy item up top. Can he keep doing damage with him? Beckham is kind of a differential as he uses him in that midfield. He's playing Thuram and Ramon as centre backs. These days, Gianluigi Buffon in the post looks like the go-to goalkeeper item to use in the post. So, I mean, not too many surprises with the team there. Maybe up top with the shelling on the left wing is what the difference might be. But this game is a battle of the OGs as well, Mr. Oga and Adefola. I think combined, they've got like 20, maybe 15 plus years of experience within this esports.
I agree with you. So that tells you that there's a whole lot of experience on the virtual pitch today. It is ultimately about who wants it the most and who is able to take advantage of the little margins. This has not been the best of Adefola. We did witness in week 1. While he did grind out the result against Guru, it wasn't like the free-flowing Adefola we're used to. And you're going up against a Mr. Oga who, for lack of a better word, has been unlucky because he has really played very well, but he has been struggling with getting the results in the ending of the game. Now, you're looking at it for that angle. You feel like it might be a hard day work for Adefola, but if there's anyone who wants it more, it does look like that's the person who's going to be going home with it. We're about to get in to the action. Are you excited as I am, Sly?
Well, super excited with how results have gone. Certainly a lot of excitement around, especially for a main game on the broadcast. Tactical. 2 wins out of a possible 2, taking on KINGNONEX, winning against Mitchell last weekend, the champion of the Pro League. Can he carry on? We believe this should be fun. I believe, actually, Tactical has also confirmed his new team, FunQuest Esports. So, shout out to FunQuest Esports also joining the Nigerian FCC in signing Tactical to their ranks. That's a brilliant player to sign, and I will wish them all of the success in the years to come. I believe KINGNONEX will start kicking from left to right in the all-black kit, looking to continue with his brilliant start to this tournament already, while Tactical, and I believe the blue and the white.
Every single time I have Tactical on the screen, you do see a lot of that tactical moves. I mean, he does really know how to play according to his lane. It just seems like a whole lot of job had been done in understanding how his opponents set up, and that's why no matter how many times he goes down, you can never really count that man out of a game, regardless of what happens. As you can see, O'Reilly that physical advantage against Ajibade coming into play.
KINGNONEX is testing the waters early. He has been on the front foot early on, and that's one thing about KINGNONEX as well. He lets you know that he is in the game early and mounts pressure quickly. But Tactical, we know he can weather the storm. He's done this before, mind you guys. If you follow Pro Leagues closely, Tactical was able to get a result against KINGNONEX. Can he do it all over again is the big question. There goes KINGNONEX on the break with Parallelo. The player locked to kind of confuse how the backline will shape. Kenan Yildiz has been an excellent item so far. I mean, yesterday, if you did tune in, Italian Serie A, actually, you know, this guy was cooking, and he will cook early on for KINGNONEX to the first goal.
I love how he took that one. Very patient with the build-up. Triggered a lot of runs, had a lot of decoy moves. Ultimately, Tactical, as soon as he lost sight of what KINGNONEX had in that store, KINGNONEX punished him for it. That one is the goal that goes there. As you can see the replay here, Yildiz. Here was a move. Lot of triggered runs, and just that moment where that second man pressing didn't really activate properly. That was it.
That's why you were speaking about. Even if you don't want to use the second man press, you can understand someone, because that moment right there where your timing is not perfect, it can cause you problems. And a little bit of a mistimed second man press there from Tactical, and KINGNONEX takes full advantage of it as he currently leads by a goal to nil. Here's McTominay.
Do you think, let me put you on the spot a little bit, Sly. Do you think there is a world where we will see KINGNONEX for a long time try an unbeaten run, just like he did in the Pro Leagues? That would be absolutely insane. But yeah, do you think that would possibly happen? There's a world where we could see that one happen, maybe a 2-week, 3-week unbeaten run. As here is Pina, ball roll this time around there. Too much pressure from his own opponent, from his own player, causes a little bit of that damage from what KINGNONEX had in store.
Tactical with Bruno Fernandes, the man looking to pick the lock. We'll find Pina.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, Tactical. It is truly tactically brilliant from him. The patience with the passing is something you've got to admire. There's a reason why this man is a heavy candidate to finish top 8 in this elite league. To beat KINGNONEX's defense, everything has to be done right, and it was absolutely perfect from this man.
That nutmeg flare pass there, absolutely dangerous. I'm sure none of us in the studio, and even you watching from home, expected that one to be done that effectively tactical. We told you that man is not the man who worries when he goes down a little bit, no matter what it is. He always does his homework. As Prince will agree with us and say, tactical, the volley.
It's seriously the ball. It's seriously the ball. I mean, every single time I watch him, I'm in awe of this guy. I kept praising him constantly in the pro leagues. People didn't understand why, but now I'm excited that everybody gets to see this man on the big stages. I mean, he did get a result against KINGNONEX, and I know KINGNONEX has it on his mind to potentially get revenge against him. Semenyo on the run now. That left-hand side has proven to be a deadly part for Tactical to basically utilizing this game. McTominay could have given a first-time pass in there.
Interesting that me and you both saw that pass at the same time, but you know it's easier to say this from when we are watching on the screens that we don't have the controller and all of the pressure around us. Talking about the pressure, how have we been enjoying FC26 lately?
I mean, there has been a couple of chopping and changing because there was a patch that was released, I think, a week ago. I think the intensity to the game has kind of increased a bit because, you know, when we are getting to the latter part of the game when they release team of the season items, before, when you're using gold items, their pace is 89, 80. These days, everybody's pace is on like 94, 92. So you have to quicken your play to be able to get an advantage. And that's what we are seeing from the players. They are certainly leveling up. So if you come in with a slow build-up every single time, it might not just work for you, as you've got to be quicker in transition. I think that is what ANIFE is struggling with right now, if you look at this game. How quick he was for the pro leagues, we've shifted from that quickness to another level. He has to take it up a notch to be able to hang with the guys, and it's causing problems for so many guys, not just ANIFE in this elite league.
Also, especially with most of the other players also stepping up their quickness. Also, as my goodness, KINGNONEX over the top. We didn't
KINGNONEX. He's actually bringing the Ghanaian out of me. Charlie, this man is certainly ball. Wow, the creativity, the ingenuity. We usually don't see passes like this, but when you do see them, all you've just got to do is tip your hat off to them. KINGNONEX up by 2 goals to 1, and look how he creates that space in that area. It's absolutely brilliant. As we get where that ADEFOLA versus Olga game has finally commenced with Fola Hendrick.
Is that a Trivela
opening us up with a brilliant finish?
That looks like a Trivela low dribble, but my goodness, from Hendrick. That was a very interesting card we did see from ADEFOLA earlier on. Now, going back to the game between KINGNONEX and Tactical, the goal by KINGNONEX came right against the run of play because it was really Tactical who was on the rise with his push, with his runs. The momentum was really on that man's side, and all of a sudden, right against the run of play, KINGNONEX got to go. That ball over the top was insane stuff. As you can see, the replay of that one happen again.
I mean, look at where he triggered the round from, and he knew that with Rabiot, he has the height to be able to win it if it comes to like an area battle with the defenders. Excellent creativity from KINGNONEX, and that's what separates the best from maybe a guy who's an average player. Because look, when you face a crowded defense, you have to be creative, and some people are creative with their player locks, but some people also creative with their runs. And you saw there with KINGNONEX, the creativity came for the run. Sometimes you can send the run, but do you have the ability to pick out the pass? Well, KINGNONEX, you cannot question the ability. We see it one more time, and it could end up in the goal, and it does.
Yes, it does. As we also get word that Berichize got one back for Mr. Olga, and that one is poised at 1-1. You can see Yemi in the frame coaching and trying to ensure everything goes well for him. But back to the mainstream game, as subs will agree and say all the players are on fire today.
I mean, exactly what you'd expect in National Soccer League. Nobody's playing this over the top through balls. And he's not playing long ones, little short ones, subtle ones. And it's totally paying off for this man right here, KINGNONEX. We call him the hottest player on the block for a reason. And he's showing tremendous fire right now.
Now, every single time we have a 3-1 scoreline on the board, we now have to say, do not KILLERFREAK this one, as Tactical will be looking to see if he can get inspired by the heroics of MITCH and BAJI, who all came down from 3-1 and 4-1 respectively to get something out of their games. KINGNONEX is definitely the man who you want to be taking points off if you want to be taking serious at this level. Here's that one unnoticed, and it is almost going in by McTominay, the post, just spoiling that one for Tactical. That one absolutely insane from midfield, pushing himself beyond the confines of that defender. Wow.
Look, when you use players, bulky midfielders like McTominay, when they make those type of deep runs, you saw in that situation that they were shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, but
I'm sure if we looked at KINGNONEX's controller, he was spamming X for the bruiser. But when you've got strong players like McTominay, to push them off the ball,
it's hard.
Difficult. The only thing you can do is maybe get him a difficult angle. And that's what I think KINGNONEX did pretty well. And that's how come Tactical was unable to convert that chance. But that's just a little bit of insight as to how to defend those types of situations when you are found wanting. Parallel. KINGNONEX certainly entering the groove now. Ajibade holds off that tough defense. I mean, this man,
the way he is when he's in those 18-yard boxes, the passes, the way he turns, the way he receives the balls, nothing but top-tier God-level FC, I tell you. That man will definitely rival the KILLERFREAKs and the Farouks, Mamzus of this world in the coming years. Definitely, definitely. And I love the fact that he's very young, so there's a whole lot of time to see him at this stage as Tactical. Also, we'll be trying to get something back from this one, but the pass eventually from Fernandez not good enough, and it was wrong, as it does look like KINGNONEX is poised to take this lead. The 2-goal lead halftime. If you can get something again to make it 4-1, that would be very, very good for him. 44 minutes. Just 1 minute left for the action to end in the first half. And the referee said, is that enough? Going into the second half, the question is, given what has happened to KILLERFREAK back-to-back, considering from these type of moments, and yes, I've said it again, at the verge of sounding like a broken record, as you can see the coach for KINGNONEX trying to cool him and calm him down. Given what has happened, do you think someone like Tactical will be looking at it to get inspired? Because you know we have seen Tactical come back from behind a whole lot of times. So it is definitely in his repertoire. He can get those comebacks going. But what do you think?
I use this word a lot, decisiveness. And decisiveness is a word that's linked to decision making.
Yeah.
Once you are making the right decisions, no matter the opponent that you come up against, you will always excel. If you look at what Mitchell did against KILLERFREAK in the first half, he wasn't decisive at all. He had moments where he could give a killer pass, he couldn't get it. Yeah. But the second half, once you are able to be making the best decisions, you always cause problems. Can he make the best decision right there? And right from the get-go of this second half, Tactical, not bowing down at all. 3-2.
Listen, as soon as that ball got to Bruno Fernandes, this keeper moved just a little bit. But kudos to Tactical to recognize that the goalkeeper has stepped out of his line and he buried it near post. There was nothing nobody could do about that one. The sequence of passing, very, very neat. The eventual choice to take that one, the near post, very, very effective. And that one makes it 3-2, as it does look like Mr. Olga might have just gotten himself a lead. Very huge lead, I must say, if this one goes in. Beckham!
Bend it like Beckham.
Oh, that was exactly what I had on my mind as, oh, wow.
KINGNONEX, on the other hand, converting from the penalty spot. Is all going crazy here. The goals coming left, right, center. You see KINGNONEX having a little conversation with the coach. I think it's now a conversation about, should we calm this down a little bit?
What do we do?
Hold on to the ball for straight Tactical a little bit. But brilliant goal to go in from KINGNONEX right there. But we just saw that Beckham finish. The battle of the OG, certainly not disappointing at all.
Absolutely not. I mean, from that side of things, I'm enjoying all of the action. Mr. Olga rolling back the years, that finesse, top tier.
You know what I love about the Elite League? The fact that they are OGs in this one and they are the new cuts.
Yeah.
It feels like a handing over baton. So if Olga, ADEFOLA, all of those guys that have been playing for years and years, these new players are trying to tell them, look, if you're hanging up your controllers, you're hanging them up to better guys, to guys who can really live up to the mark. Guys like Tactical, guys like KINGNONEX, guys like KILLERFREAK, all of those new cats are really showing at that level. I mean, KILLERFREAK just start playing competitive FC from like a year or 2 years ago. I still call him relatively a new cat as compared to like an ADEFOLA or maybe a Mr. Olga.
Fair enough. It does seem like it is a legacy versus hunger type of battle at this moment. The Elite League's giving us the absolute purest form of entertainment when it comes to FC, and that is something we love to see. For players like Imaji, who has already retired, watching what these guys are currently doing. Imaji did play in the Elite Division last year. Looking back, I think it was a very good idea for him to, you know what, take time off, go home and rest. He has done enough. Going up against players like this who have nothing but FC on their mind day in, day out, it is going to be a huge task for anybody.
Well, surely. Adefola versus Mr. Oga, certainly. A big banger, and it looks like we are back on level 10 again. I mean, this Hendrick item, last week we didn't see him use Hendrick. Well, this week Adefola has introduced him, and he's been absolutely cooking right there. It makes it 2-2. Watch out for that OG game, not easy at all. Mr. Oga versus Adefola, certainly living up to the hype. There's Yildiz for KINGNONEX. Is that one side from parallel? I believe
just a little bit
offside for that one.
Yeah, this is one of those ones that you would ask yourself if the pass was a little bit too late, or it was just a little bit the player's fault that he didn't go off. Now Tactical looking. Bruno Fernandes for Tactical has been the key man. Him and McTominay, as Imaji Faruna says, ADEFOLA. Imaji, we'd love to see you in the comments. That is one of the OGs
did
of the game.
Imaji's profile picture there? He was there with like 3 trophies. He's showing everybody that yes, I'm a serial winner, man.
I mean, that's 3 out of all of the ones he had.
Shouts to Imaji, man. I mean, one of definitely the goods of the Nigerian FC scene. Back in his day, he was certainly rocking it with the big boys. He's won a fair number of trophies to his name, and of course, guys like Mr. Oga, guys like ADEFOLA, they are all in that bracket as well. We do here respect all the guys that have come before the new cats that are doing this, and they certainly have paved the way for new guys like this to come in. KINGNONEX corner comes in. I believe he fluffs his lines a little bit, as that one will go on for a goal kick for Tactical.
Again, I'm going to repeat this one because I'm not so sure. Imagine heard I'd say, imagine this was a very good time for you to sort of hang up the controller, because what these boys are currently doing right now, it is crazy. I imagine how it will feel like for Imagine watching this one, knowing that all of the pressure now is off his shoulders. He doesn't have to carry all of the expectations like he did in his active playing this. As Semenyo will get the ball to Bruno Fernandes again. This time around, the defender seeing all that one through, and they're doing the business of getting that one out.
I think next goal in this game is going to be absolutely important. But before we go to that game, Mr. Oga not giving up at all. My goodness, this guy, he's creating at a very high level. We saw in that Guru game, he created really well, just indecisive at times. But today against ADEFOLA, almost every single chance that he's getting, he is converting. But this one, the next goal is going to be important. If it comes from KINGNONEX, I think we can wrap it up on the 3 points for him. But if it comes from Tactical,
there's trouble.
There could be trouble for KINGNONEX.
Because again and again during the Pro Leagues, we saw Tactical come back from 2 goals, 3 goals in the second half. He's that man who thrives on moments. He thrives on momentum shifts, and if he's able to get under your skin in those crucial moments in the business end of the games, you would definitely be in a whole lot of hot waters. But I think if there's anybody who knows how dangerous that man is, it's also KINGNONEX, who he got the only win over KINGNONEX in the Pro Leagues. Now KINGNONEX will possibly be looking, I think he has started it already, trying to manage the game. He's not forcing the game. He's not trying to go get himself caught on counters and on transitions. I think that's one of the best moves for him, given where we are currently.
Great turn from Semenyo. Can he find out?
Oh my goodness!
Well, it was the most acute of angles there KINGNONEX found. Well, Tactical found. And were you expecting that one to go in?
Absolutely.
But if you've been playing Rivals or Champs or any SC26 with the latest patch, you know the near post low driven shots are currently working. I think KINGNONEX will be disappointed that his goalkeeper couldn't save that. But we said that if the next goal comes from Tactical, it could be huge. And as we enter these last 20 minutes, more drama to come from this one. Just look at how acute that angle was. The tap from Semenyo did everything possible to get the angle. I mean, Buffon should be saving that realistically.
I think what happened was I did see a quick shift from Buffon to the right, trying to anticipate the low driven. I think maybe KINGNONEX was attempting to get his goalkeeper in pole position to get that ball. I would say Tactical went for that low driven shot, and that's the only reason why Tactical saw that one. I was able to switch it immediately, and that's giving him the goal, the third goal. I think we can see another 2 goals or more in this game, because both players, they know how to get the goals. The question is who wants it more and who is ready to stick through till that goals come in. Shelling on the right.
One thing about that Yakobo Ramon item is he's got the long ball play style as well. So if you're clearing the ball with your O and it's a pass, it usually locks on perfectly to the attacking player. So that's why you're seeing a lot of Yakobo Ramon in a lot of people's teams. I believe he's going to anticipate as well in space.
Oh!
Could that be the all-important goal in this game? That will put the 3 points in the bag. This man will not let the lead slip away.
It's 50 more in-game minutes. This is 9-minute half, so I definitely think there's a lot of time to do the work. And as you can see, this is KINGNONEX currently trying to make changes in that formation settings. He knows how important it is for every margin to count in your favor. He's done the first part of the job. He's gotten himself 2 goals lead. The question now is, how can he ensure that he doesn't concede another one again?
Well. This game has certainly shown us so many sides of it. And you can tell that KINGNONEX knows what is at stake, proudly representing his team, Solar Flare Esports. And I must say, Solar Flare Esports, they've got a huge talent on their hands. Shouts to FunQuest Esports as well. Picking up Tactical was a brilliant move. Used to play. I mean, I totally agree with you on that one. KINGNONEX stealing the show. It kind of felt like the momentum was kind of shifting towards Tactical. KINGNONEX comes in and he says, "No, this is my show. This is my playground," and it reminds everybody how good he is.
Sweet revenge. I'm very sure for that man in black as he goes up again against his rival.
You think he likes wearing black ones? He feels like he's coming to everybody's funeral.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense if you look at it that way. I mean, every single time you go up against the great KINGNONEX, it might just be your funeral, and that man is already waiting ready. While Tactical will be looking to ensure that, as he did the last time, he is the only one who possibly will take something off. Oh, wow! Slime on your head is in your head, but this is absolutely insane. The crazy thing is, he doesn't even break his smile. Tactical does not even break his smile.
This man, he will not let this game sleep at all. And the moment of switch off from KINGNONEX, I don't think he even expected the finesse from that angle. And oh my word, it's going off everywhere. ADEFOLA not bowing down as well.
Andrew again.
Near post. Enter the low driven. We have a game on both sides. Now here goes Tactical on the break. I believe he's got options to choose from. Prince Semenyo has been absolutely brilliant for him. The pass, Shelling, she's surely onside. She's got options to choose from. Look, I tell you,
he does go in, and we are back in the action. I told you to expect more goals. And Tactical has stepped up to the plate. Like the great Speedality would say, it's popping, and it's popping up heavy. Wow.
Cha-ching, he catches out. Tactical, FunQuest Tactical. Everybody raving about how underrated this man is. Look at the decision making again. He could have rushed the pass anywhere, but the run from Marco Royce was everything needed. Low driven into the bottom corner. And we enter the final clutch minutes.
Mookie
says that 5-5.
Yes, Mookie says finishing in this game is so good. We agree with you, but listen, that shows you that these guys really have done their homework. And Tactical might just take this one home. Yes, he gets another goal. My, oh my. It might just be another clash where Tactical steps up to the plate and takes it on. We told you this man does not care about you going in front. He is a man who knows how to do his comebacks.
Wow. Immediately the shift comes. KINGNONEX kind of goes to sleep a little bit. And you know one great thing? Once a king goes to sleep, someone might steal your crown. It feels like Tactical is here to steal the crown yet again in the pro leagues. He did the business against KINGNONEX. Is he about to do the double over him in this iteration of the game? Tactical is going absolutely crazy as we head into the pause. I think the pause is really necessary for KINGNONEX. He's got to switch up a couple of things. Almost every single game we've had today has been an absolute classic.
I mean, I was expecting this for the elite leagues, but they have actually blown my mind way more than that. The players did not come to play. Listen, as you can see on the face of KINGNONEX, this is one of those moments where it feels like you're back in familiar ground. It does look like now that 3-1 scoreline at halftime is a curse. You should try and ensure you don't have 3-1 at halftime. And so whatever you want to do, if you want to win a game, ensure it's not 3-1, maybe 3-2, maybe 4-1, maybe 5-1, 5-2, because right now Tactical has sort of channeled his inner MITCH, has sort of channeled his inner BAJI, and now he's back in where he belongs.
I always preach about the pool of talent that Nigeria has got, and I mean it's absolutely on display here in the National Esoccer League, in the Elite League. everybody showing that they are up to the level now. Nobody is going to be cruising through. We're having a discussion about who might potentially go and beat you. We're like, KINGNONEX go and beat you. Well,
maybe
with how things are going, this could be the end of his unbeaten run, and you know who could go and beat him? Tactical. Could secure 3 straight wins, and I think that could take him to the top of the table because I think BAJI has not played yet today. Well, we enter crunch time now. This is clutch time now. Who has got the ice in their veins? Here comes KINGNONEX. The decisions need to be perfect. It wasn't perfect on that possession. As Tactical will win back possession of the ball. He's in with Shelling. Final chance potentially of this game, as we do get word that the Oga versus Fola game is also in the dying embers of it. 3-3, it's settled in that one. KINGNONEX able to win back possession of the ball. It could get tricky on this possession. It's now or never. 1 minute plus added time to go. Look at the runners everywhere. We'll find an opportunity with that. Oh, what a save!
He clears it up the line, and Mr. Oga immediately commits a tackle that makes it a red card. But I'm telling you, that is the best tackle he has made throughout today. Asking KINGNONEX to get himself another goal to get back in the action. The action does not stop. My oh my, how crazy is that one? KINGNONEX, that is the name you should get familiar with.
Are you not entertained? It's exactly what SCE Sports is about. It's exactly what KD Sports promised. It's been an absolute banger of a game here inside the Game Evolution Studios. Wow. With literally the last kick of the game, KINGNONEX, salvage disappoint. You thought the chance had already gone with this one. And Tactical did the right decision, cleared his line. But KINGNONEX not giving up, gets the knockdown. And Claudia Pina, when she's here, you're in trouble.
Listen.
You are in trouble.
KINGNONEX channeling his inner Brentford. Cool game, I love it. That is what Holistic says. And if you can love it, imagine what we in the studio are currently feeling. As Efe Daniel also said, this round is crazy. Well, Efe Daniel, welcome to the Elite Division Season 2. We told you guys whatever it is you're expecting, whatever it is you saw in the Challengers Cup, in the Onile tournament, in the Pro Leagues, the Elite Division was something else. We told you guys that it was definitely a different animal. And my, oh my, these guys have stepped up to the pace and shown all of us in the studio why they deserve to be called the elites of the SC round of Nigeria esports.
Well, they have certainly showed a level. Kudos to all of the players that are playing, man. It takes a lot to really produce at such a level. Credit to Tactical for having that resilience to come back in the game. Credit to KINGNONEX for not giving up with the final play of the game. But let's speak of Oga and ADEFOLA. They shared the spoils, and it looks like ADEFOLA is quite disappointed. But hey, with how things were going, they could have lost that game. And you see a little bit of the sportsmanship with everybody. I mean, I think it's well deserved across all board that nobody gained 3 points in this one.
I think ADEFOLA did win that game. It is crazy. We need to get on all this because I just saw
his reaction.
Yeah,
it looked like he might have drawn that game.
Yeah, it does look like that was a 4-3. My goodness.
We'll get the confirmation.
We'll get the confirmation. But wow. Mr. Oga also committed a late-time tackle, and I thought that one
committed a red card.
Yeah, got a red card. I think that one should have done the job for him. But whatever the case is, we need to see the replay, the highlights of how ADEFOLA was able to get that one over the line. But are you not entertained? That is the question on all our minds. That is the question on all our lips. Have you not had a lot of fun? If you have not shared this with your friends, right now, go on your WhatsApp status, your Instagram story, your YouTube, every single social media platform. Tell the whole Nigeria, the whole Africa, the whole world that the Elite Division is going crazy. And this is an absolute crazy round.
I mean, the movements are just piling up for us. We told you for your Saturdays and your Sundays.
Yeah,
this is where the action will be. And I love the fact that guys are going crazy in the comments. Efe Daniel says this round is crazy. Money and I like we just can't handle ourselves at this point. Rookie favor, KINGNONEX na mentality monster. Look, I think both of them are, to be honest. Because for Tactical to be able to come back against KINGNONEX, which we haven't seen a lot of people do, that takes mentality. And for KINGNONEX to also keep himself in the game, not kind of give up after that final possession, that takes a lot of mentality. You see the chopping and changing on the board. I believe Tactical goes to the top of the table. Do you think Tactical will be disappointed that he didn't carry all 3 points, especially when he was literally seconds away from taking it?
I mean, yeah, he would, but if you go back and look at how that goal came about, there's nothing really he could have done. He did did do his best, cleared off his lines, and from the throw-in, that just happened. You know, like sometimes you do talk about the lost time glitch, the ending glitch, and I think in this moment, this is one of those moments where you look at it and be like, you know what, this might just have been one of those moments where FC really wanted to get something off you.
Well, it was a game that produced on all levels, and this is what the ramifications look like on the leaderboard. You can have a quick glimpse at it, but I'm telling you, it will top and change right to the final week for the next couple of weeks. This should be your home. KD Sports YouTube, we are certainly having a blast. Massive shout outs to our sponsors once more: Game Evolution, Game Pride, Esports Africa News, Trace, and of course OAS Esports, which are yet to see the athletes in action. Everybody asking for Farouk. We guarantee you next week he will be here. But you know what Manny and I keep saying about the Elite League? No time to rest at all,
Absolutely
because
not.
for the next game coming on board, it's another big one. Both guys who have shown that they can beat the very top of the top. Both of them have actually completed a comeback against KILLERFREAK. Well, it's time to face off against each other. BAJI Jr. playing Mitchell. This should be a fun one. This should be a proper banger. And you can tell with how the scores are going, it should be something you will be locked on to. We're going for a quick spin around, a quick word from the sponsors. When we are back, we'll serve you BAJI Jr. against Mitchell.
And Chooks with the Akuma look on his face.
Well, the KD Sports League has certainly served in every way possible. Today's round of games has left everybody speechless, and we are not done yet. There's still more to go. Money just gave me a sign that today it feels like comeback after comeback after comeback, which is absolutely insane. We saw tactical comeback against KINGNONEX, even though he was unable to complete it. It's still a comeback in some way. ADEFOLA was able to complete the comeback. MITCH completed the comeback against KILLERFREAK. It's going crazy everywhere, but there's still more to go. We turn our attentions now to two of the hottest guys in the studio right now. BAJI Jr., after his excellent heroics, which ended Player of the Week in week 1, he now comes up against Mitchell, who certainly have a lot of confidence oozing through his veins. That should be a cracker of a game.
I absolutely agree with you, given the fact that for me, both players are coming off 2 huge results against the same opponents, against an opponent who was tipped as the one who could go potentially win every single game in the early division. Now, and both players know each other. They know their strengths, they know their weaknesses. Right now, we have the head-to-head on the screen for you. Both players in 3rd and 4th position, respectively. 2 games played for BAJI, 3 games played for Mitchell. 2 wins each. 1 loss for Mitchell. 11 goals scored by Mitchell, 8 conceded. While 15 goals scored by Mitchell, 8 conceded. While BAJI has scored 11 and conceded 6 alone. The goal difference is 6-7. 5-7, not much to separate both players from. As you can see, they are also on the same points. But you can see the winning ratio right now is tipped heavily in favor of BAJI Jr., while Mitchell has made do with a 26% win probability.
I mean, per what we are seeing, the statistics and how the league has been going so far, one thing I can guarantee you is goals. I think we are going to see more than 5 goals in this game. That's basically a guarantee, especially with this 9.5. But you look at how both of them play progressively. I think BAJI has shown that he's fearless when he's he's going up front. So the ball is in his court in some side because he can attack really well. But Mitchell showed in that second half against KILLERFREAK that he can also be fearless. That BAJI Jr. was one of those few players that used Kaka up top, and I was begging the question, where is his best position, at the camp position or up top? And BAJI Jr. kept telling me, try him at striker position and he'll do a job. He did a job for him last week. He's keeping faith with the Brazilian icon up top. You play that knockout royalty item shelling on the left-hand side with Mariona's team of the season. I believe item as well released from the WSL. Ajibade, Scott McTominay, N'Golo Kante. Not a lot of guys are using the N'Golo Kante, but it seems like BAJI Jr. trusts in that midfield diamond. Well, in the centre-back position, he's got Edika and Jacobo Ramon with Christine Kasparaj also as the right back. We'll switch our attention now to Mitch. I believe it might be a 4-4-2 for this one, but I think maybe they got it wrong a little bit with the chemistry because I don't think he's playing with 20 chem at all. I think he just put the players together. I'm sure they'll work it out and get the full chemistry for us. But Mitchell's team, I think that human son is going under the radar a little bit because his finishing is absolutely top notch. You remember that game against KILLERFREAK?
Yeah.
Son came up clutch.
Absolutely came in, and every single thing changed as soon as Son came into that particular game. And I'm looking at it. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the formation 4-4-2 based off what happened to KILLERFREAK. I'm sure this might start out as a 4-4-2, but he's definitely going to be making those changes in because you don't have to play BAJI Jr., who beats KILLERFREAK with a 4-4-2, and then you're going up against him with the same 4-4-2. So let's see how that one progresses as we go into the main game. Scott McTominay still maintaining his pace, and Ramirez also maintaining his place in Mitchell's team.
Man, he's got Semenyo on the bench, which I'm guessing he probably used like Ajibade for maybe the first half, and then of course introducing of the season Semenyo into the mix. So I mean that's something to watch out for how Mitchell's draft looks like. Elsewhere, ANIFE, I believe, will be playing Guru earlier on, lost his game, and I'm sure he'll be looking to get a bounce back. ANIFE, though, it's been a different story as compared to the Pro Leagues.
Well, it's been a very different story. He's been struggling literally against players where you expect him to put up some challenge. But if there's any time for him to start making statements, it is against Guru. Earlier on today, when ANIFE played KAYKAY, it was a 7-4, 7-5 loss for him. The thing is, he's scoring the goals. And we did see this particular poor start for him also in the Pro Leagues. The difference is, at this level, you cannot allow for poor run to go on for so long. While we have Guru's team on here, Guru did win that game earlier on against Mr. Oga, just a little bit of the margin there. You can see Guru sticking to the 4-5-1 that have gotten him the job done. Ryan Cherky as a cam, Ajibade on right midfield, Scott McTominay and Peter Zielinski, while Antoine Semenyo is on that left.
Well, certainly, apologies. Actually, Guru did win his first game today, I believe, against Mr. August. So he's got 2 wins and a loss. Can secure another win here today. With how the points are difficult to come by everywhere, I'm sure to do him a whole lot of good. But there you have it. The 4 players poised to go in action. BAJI Jr. taking on Mitchell, whilst ANIFE and Guru lock horns in our secondary game also to come. Look, BAJI versus Mitchell. I don't think this is the first time that they are facing each other.
Absolutely not.
You've definitely seen these two boys go at it before. Any little historical background we should know before we get into this game?
I mean, prior to last year, which I think I saw them a couple years earlier, Mitchell has always been the dominant force. I mean, that was during one of Mitchell's craziest runs. As you can see, Mitchell say a word of prayer. It is definitely needed, but with the form the BAJI Junior has been in since the Elite Division Season 1. I haven't really seen them again, but I tell you, whatever the case is, the past and the history does not matter right now for both players. Both players are in top contention to definitely take some points for this game. It could ultimately end up being a draw. I think for both players, a draw is perfect. But knowing Mitchell and BAJI, both players are very competitive, and they would not be trying to take home anything but 3 points. For me, I think the difference might be in the coaching staff. Boyd has proven his excellence at reading the game and making changes, especially when he's playing with players that listen to him. He has been proving very, very...
Do you think that friendship that he has struck with Mitchell as well kind of helps them in this situation where even when they are in panic stations, like against KILLERFREAK where he was down by 3-1, because he's got that friendship that he's built, that trust that he has in Boyd, whatever he says, you still listen to him. But we'll see if that partnership can work against a guy like BAJI Jr. Last week we saw BAJI Jr. with his older brother and BAJI Senior link up and do a job. Will they be able to do a job here again as we are set for kickoff in this one? BAJI Jr., I believe, in the darker kit, whilst Mitchell will be rocking with that earlier blue and the white. BAJI looking to maybe strike that first blow in this one, but Mitchell recognizing the danger and making sure he makes that tackle.
I mean, an extra pass definitely would have given Mitchell potentially the advantage, BAJI Jr. the advantage in that situation, but he didn't go for it. And I think Mitchell will be very, very glad that he didn't conceal the very first action of the half. This time around, KAYKAY and Michael Royce, really combining very well. But the ball out to the wing. Has a comment is coming from Sadiq David talking about Unilag's best, battle of the Unilag's best. We had that conversation earlier last week about the Lagos versus all of Nigeria.
Wait, is that confirmation that both of them attended Unilag?
Yeah, both the players attended Unilag.
I mean,
I think both players are still Unilag, so I'm not so sure, but let's see. I think if my memory serves me correct, either they're in final years or one of them just graduated, one of the two. But yeah, the Lagos boys are still really doing their thing. If both players sort of find a way to get something out of today, we'll definitely have one of Lagos' best at the very top.
Well, certainly, I mean, you think for the onlookers of this game, the likes of KINGNONEX, KILLERFREAK, Farouk, you think they'll be better served with maybe these guys sharing the spoils?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to have a Mitchell who has now gotten rid of one of his biggest tests in KILLERFREAK and potentially BAJI, if he goes on to win this one, at the top of the pile. You don't want to have that man there, because once he gets into that driving mode, he's a dangerous man. You also don't want to have BAJI, who currently has one of the very best performances today in that kind of mode. While Guru looks like he has started this one in regular fashion. First 10 minutes, he gets one goal. That's the man we have come to know that man.
That's a given usually with Guru. In the first 10 minutes, he'll make sure he registers his first goal to kind of calm down the nerves and all of that. Not surprising at all. The Abuja man to strike early. There comes BAJI with an interesting effort, which you're expecting him to maybe make better often in that such situation. Look, we'll be speaking about BAJI and how he's fed within the Nigerian ecosystem. And speaking of BAJI, another massive opportunity. Look, the guy has been good. It's just he has been falling short in some moments. But the narrative is changing, because I told you last week, this guy, BAJI Jr. Speaking of the man who's been changing his fortunes lately, He starts off this one strong. The corner routine, it didn't work on the first try. Tried it the second time. That time, Shelling able to bang it home. But yeah, Baji Jr., he's changed the narrative about him. These days, when he gets to the tournament, he's not getting to finals and losing. He's winning them.
Yeah.
Could that be the story for him in the Elite League as well? We always say he's always been more or less like the prince of the tournament. Could this be his crowning moment? Could this be his moment where he changes every single thing, and this is a sign of positive things to come as he opens up this league?
I think for the good of the ecosystem, for the good of the entire esports in Nigeria, this would be very, very good to have such a man finally get a moment where he deserves, because that would essentially announce the competitiveness of the Nigerian esports scene, especially when it comes to FC iterations of the esports game. And the fact that these are very young players who have a whole lot of time they can still dedicate to it. The whole let's rest. Oh my goodness, that one almost squeezing in. Reminiscent, very reminiscent of the goal scored by Tactical with Antoine Semenyo in that game that saw he and KINGNONEX share the score. 6-6, that one did end. If you didn't watch that one, you could go back in the live stream and see that absolute masterclass on how to take points off your opponents.
Ramon will step in with that all-important intercept play style plus. The game, the first 20 minutes have kind of gone by quickly, both players kind of testing each other out. It's clearly showing that Baji has just got this sense of awareness a little bit on defense, because so far he's kind of neutralized everything that Mitchell has thrown at him. But 20 minutes in a 9-minute half is just way too early to kind of judge and say, you know what, Mitchell has a lot of work to do, but Baji is in full control. McTominay for Baji.
Oh, I love that tackle.
Last ditch tackle right there. These are tackles that are worth goals at times.
Yeah.
And I mean, that one preventing Baji Jr. from going 2 goals up could prove crucial, and could that tackle turn into a goal scoring opportunity on the other end of the pitch. Ramirez to find Shelling in an interesting position where I thought maybe he could take the long finesse, but decided to go a little bit subtle with the passing. And
the passing failing him in that moment. Mitchell, as that one definitely found Marco Ross in an offside position. That one giving a Baji Jr. a little bit of breather while we have another score update in the game. Now it does look like ANIFE has gotten himself back in the game. 1-1 it is. ANIFE 1, Guru 1.
I mean, for the Elite League, so unpredictable. I mean, I think this time, the predictions that we usually put out, a lot of people will be having them wrong. Are you guys wondering why we've not been hearing from Octopus Man? Because he himself is not sure about the results.
I know, so you know, the ancestors are not talking.
Like, it's just so difficult.
Really I mean, who would have predicted a 6-6 in the game between KINGNONEX and Tactical?
It's
who would have predicted the kind of game we did see for Mitchell to go on and win as Guru attempts to squeeze one beyond the goalkeeper?
I mean, there's so many shocks, so many surprises, and that's why we totally love the Elite League. The second edition has totally been enjoyable to watch, and if you tune into the first edition, you'll notice that this is a stark contrast, because in the first edition, I think in the first 2 weeks, we had already known who.
It looks like this might be the top
of the table guys, exactly. But in this second week, things are chopping and changing. Results are really difficult to tell sometimes, and that's just with the brilliance. And he also attested the fact that last year you could have said that, okay, maybe the players were handpicked for the Elite Division. This year, you can't stand anywhere and say that about, especially with the Onile Sport Championship going on, with the Challengers Cup that was open for everyone, with the Pro Leagues that came on. Everybody earned their spot to be here. So it just tells you that nobody kind of had it easy to get here. So I believe Guru has been awarded a penalty in this one. After losing that 1 goal, it seems like he will get his lead back. But it was very close. ANIFE almost saving that penalty.
Guessed it right, but guessing it right is different from getting that one saved, as ANIFE will find out. Now we're back in the action. Baji versus Mitchell. It does look like the goal mouth action has died down a little bit, but I promise you, it can ramp up quickly as possible. All he needs is just one move. Maybe this might be it. Ajibade gets the ball, pass, and Kaka rushes that one a little bit. And that is the only reason why the net is not currently shaking. Mitchell has to be very careful playing out from the back. He knows the next goal has to be his, or he might be in trouble. Baji is definitely not the kind of guy who gives up goals from winning positions like this. You can see Paul's being queued. It does look like maybe Mitchell might be going out of the 4-4-2. Maybe this is the time for him to switch possession formation and possibly try something more less daring. And I think that's the reason why BAJI is really having a lot of fun with that midfield.
I mean, immediately we queue into the post, you see the coaches have these types of conversations with these players. I wish I was a fly on the wall.
I want to listen
to have a sneak peek of what they are saying. And you can tell that BAJI Senior and BAJI Junior, they've got that telepathic connection.
Yeah.
Look, as brothers, you already have that telepathic connection. But when you play games with your brother at home, you just kind of have this sense of unity, talking on the same wavelength. They know what they want to achieve from these types of games. And for Boyd and Mitchell, the fact that their friendship also goes way back, just that understanding of each other is certainly something that they can bank on and say, you know what, it has always worked for us and we're expecting it to work here again. So that's something to look out for as well as we carry on with this game. Just about 5 minutes to go before we enter halftime in this one. It's kind of been a cagey affair, to be honest with you. Not too many chances in it. Kind of something that we expected. Ooh, the lofted pass almost breaking through the defense. Here comes Mitchell. Has a couple of options to choose from. That's perfect on the run. Semenyo
just held on to that pass.
How was that not done perfectly? Because I believe BAJI didn't track that run.
He didn't track that run initially, and I think for him, as soon as he's on the edge of halftime, he will be heaving a huge sigh of relief that pass wasn't threaded and timed properly. Now he has a chance to make something of his own as Mitchell will quickly try and track back and cover all of the spaces. McTominay. Now when you see that pass didn't go into McTominay, you understand why he's not the fastest of players. Going up against a very fast defender might not have paid BAJI Junior any dividend in that one. Here's Ramirez bullying off Antoine Semenyo off the ball. Kaka Royce, ball out to Semenyo now. Can he get the passing he wants? 3 runners against 2. Sherlin, Royce, Ramirez. Oh, what a tackle that one is, and this is beautiful. This might be the end of the first half. I was expecting him to take some chances there. I mean, edge of halftime. No need to turn back again. Just try something. Anything that worked for you. I mean, remember against KILLERFREAK, he did score a massive wicket deflection. And now you're back into that action. I love seeing when Boyd is on the screen dishing out instructions to his player Mitch. Let's see if, like previously against KILLERFREAK, that might signify or signal a change in photos for Mitchell.
Oh, certainly, it's been a very topsy-turvy KG affair, kind of what you expect between two guys who know each other pretty well. I mean, Boyd, Mitchell and BAJI Junior, this is not their first rodeo at basically a massive event like this, so they know what is at stake and they know how to handle these types of pressures. It goes into halftime with BAJI Junior still with that slender 1-0 lead, but it's been fun to watch. I think in stark contrast to what we've seen throughout the whole of the round of games today, where by first half we've already seen like 3-4 goals. This is very different.
Yeah.
It's more defensive-minded, conservative approach. Nobody trying to really take a lot of risks. Maybe the second half could be different, but it just tells you that everybody's understanding that sometimes you've got to hold it back a bit.
Yep. As we have Sherlin for Mitchell. The conversations are still ongoing on the comment section on YouTube. If you've not joined, please join. We want to hear from you. Holistic is saying there's no way KILLERFREAK is winning KK. That game, don't forget, is coming up immediately after this round of games. That will be the 5th one on the stream. And Adebite says, I wonder if any game week will have a scoreless game. I don't think we've seen anyone. So far, so good.
I mean, there's still more games to go, so who knows? We've seen crazier things happening in the Elite League, so maybe, just maybe, we might see.
I don't think that will happen. But we did see the closest we had to that was a 2-1 with, I think, ADEFOLA. I think that was last week, and grew 2-1. And also in the Pro Leagues, we did have a similar scoreline between Khalid and KINGNONEX. That was the closest or the smallest score margin ever recorded.
Yeah, surely. I mean, there have been moments like those, but the possibility of that very, very slim with the type of offensive display at our disposal here in the Elite League. Semenyo for BAJI. Looking for that all-important second. Look, when I speak about dominance and possession type dominance, BAJI is somebody who usually has that. But in this game, Mitch has kind of matched that, even though where it is most important on the scoreline, BAJI still dominates.
I mean,
the possession style it's currently balanced, I would say, because both of them are holding on to the ball well. They're not giving away needless balls, and you can kind of tell that once the goals start flowing, if Mitch can get an equalizer, I think this thing might be opened up just a little bit. KAYKAY for BAJI Jr. All important minutes here now. Can he find a way to manage this game and maybe get a second on his hands? But that anticipate play style coming into play. Well, Guru might be taking advantage of every single opportunity coming his way. This is the reason why I said Antoine Semenyo could be the best winger on the game right now, because he's absolutely crazy. And it seems like Mitchell has got to back into this game.
As we blinked, we missed.
We took our eyes off it for a second.
Just 1 second.
We get to see how he did it through the player lock. I mean, he has been threatening with this run time and time again.
Yeah.
Finding Marco Royce, this was inevitable at that position. And there you have it, 1-1, and I think it's well deserved according to the balance of the game.
Yeah, I absolutely love that goal as it went in. It shows you that Mitchell has been knocking on the door consistently and has been finding those cracks. But this time around, he was able to take advantage of those cracks. Now, the conversation is how would the second half turn out? Is BAJI going to come out of his tracks racing again and trying to force things, or is it going to be an end-to-end back balanced game? Now, let's see. Mitch does look locked in again.
He certainly does look locked in as he's probing on the edge of the box. Look, when a scenario where both of these guys showed some absolute brilliance in the second half of their game against KILLERFREAK.
Yeah.
But now in the second half, they are facing each other. So we'll see who does actually take
second half.
that mandate. Here comes BAJI. I think Mariona has been perfect for him in this game. Mariona just has that perfect balance of defensive statistics and offensive statistics, because she's got that intercept play style you're looking for. She's got tiki-taka. She's got decent finishing on her as well. So you're not kind of worried. And that's why you love those type of box-to-box midfielders in your team. Not too defensively oriented. Is that on from KAYKAY? I believe it is. Well,
the referee just disagrees with you. Yeah, the referee just disagrees with you on that one, and they have to restart all of that pressure again as BAJI on that byline. Looking to go in the middle. This time around, very, very lucky, and I'm not so comfortable with Mitchell deciding to pass that ball out. Definitely should have been cleared that one, because if that pass was wrong, he would have been punished.
Well, prevention is indeed better than cure, so I get where money is coming from. But I've always got a bone to pick with people who say just clear your lines when it comes, because sometimes when you pass the ball, it can create an attack out of nothing for you. So sometimes I get when these pro players try to pass it out of the back, but I get where money is coming from as well. If you've ever given the ball away by just passing it at the back, you know where money is coming from, and it has caused so many howlers in any of the tournaments that we've casted over. There comes BAJI on the byline. He's just not had that clinical cutting edge today like we saw last week. Mind you, one player of the week after his massive exploits last week. Well, today is certainly facing very difficult opposition. KAYKAY for BAJI, try that reverse elastico in that position, and that's what I love about BAJI's game. It's very
dynamic,
exactly different from everybody else. He can pull up anything from nothing. Exactly.
BAJI just knows how to sort of trigger some crazy moves, and I think that's one thing that makes it so hard to mark him, because you don't know if he's going to do a skill move, if he's going to pass. I'm like players like ADEFOLA that are sort of I would say rhythms. I don't know if that's the right word, but you know that they have a culture. Once they're in some tight spaces, they want to make some dribbles, they want to catch you. With BAJI, it could be anything. It could be a shot, it could be low driven, it could be a pass, it could be a cross. He can try anything, everything at the same damn time, and I love it.
Oh, surely. BAJI Jr. I mean, both of them are gunning to go top of the table. BAJI is currently unbeaten in the league. He's got 2 wins out of a possible 2. Mitchell has lost. He did lose earlier on to KINGNONEX, but he's got 2 wins out of a possible 3. Getting a win in this massive game could take him to 9 points, which of course, take him to the top of the league. So that is something to look at for Mitchell and say, you know what, it's an opportunity for me to go top of the league. And for BAJI Jr. also an opportunity to maintain this unbeaten record.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the fact that KILLERFREAK is going to be playing KAYKAY, and that means that someone in that place might be dropping. If KAYKAY does drop points against KILLERFREAK, as Guru will get the 4th goal to give him a lot of room to breathe. And talking about that one, Magna steps up. Magna might now be the nigga, the guy we're talking about consistently. We did see in the pro leagues that it was not Yashin, what's the name?
I think Buffon.
No, there was
No, in the Pro Leagues,
what's his
Vicario.
name? Vicario, the Tottenham goalkeeper. Now it might be Magnus stepping up consistently to cause some ruckus for all of these players. But you're looking at it, you're looking at what is currently happening on your screen, and you're really, really excited for these players.
Oh yeah, they've shown some very good promise. I think when you play the game where you become a little bit pragmatic in the sense where you become too scared of losing a game, and I'm not saying both of them are playing like they're scared of losing the game, but they've shown in some places that they are being cautious, and Jason Millie agrees with me totally. These two guys are good, but both of them are being too cautious. Like when you see somebody throwing caution to the wind and absolutely going for it, you can clearly tell. But both of them, maybe we've not got it to the 80th minute where somebody's fighting for those 3 points, or maybe trying to make a comeback. I don't know if we have to get to that point before it becomes that game, because they're both capable of throwing caution to the wind and playing some brilliant FC. But sometimes in big games like this, you'd rather settle for a draw than a loss.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense for me, for these players to play this way they play, because you're looking at where they currently stand, and it makes a lot of sense. Both players are in pole position, very pole position to do very well for themselves in the current elite division, because they have played. I mean, both players have played KILLERFREAK. Now they have played each other, and BAJI is going to be playing ADEFOLA later today.
I mean, Mitchell has already played KINGNONEX.
KINGNONEX also. I think he won KK, if I'm correct. Did Mitchell win KK?
Mitchell has not played KK
okay.
yet. He lost to KINGNONEX.
He lost to KINGNONEX, okay. So you're looking at this, I think for them, a draw would mean 7 points for each of them. I mean, that's top 4 conversation. So for me, and for the players, looking at it, looking at the quality of opposition they have played, this is a good result.
Well, that 1 point might turn into 3 for somebody with 15 minutes to go. Could that be for Mitchell? Well, there comes the bruiser. He gets the rebound soon.
Oh, wow.
I thought after that first touch, he was going for the finesse. I tried to dummy his defender a little bit.
Personally, I would have gone for the first time shot. I think that would have definitely done the job, done the business, but I understand why Mitchell will possibly be waiting to ensure that every goal counts for him. We did ask if we could ever see a goalless game, but we might just see our first 1-1 draw if the scoreline stays like this.
Yeah, maybe one of the lowest scoring games we've seen
ever
on the broadcast across Pro League and the Elite Leagues. Are getting side-by-side action of the Elite League season to shout out to our wonderful production team here from Game Evil, making us, keeping us up to date with everything that's happening on the broadcast. We told you all the games happening, 2 games happen simultaneously at the same time, so we'd love to be in the loop with everything that's happening. Is that offside? I believe it is, as our Guru 10 minutes away from securing all 3 points. That's somebody who we've been sleeping on as well. I think if he secures this win, that's 3 wins as well, because he beat KK earlier on, lost to ADEFOLA, and also beat Mr. Oga as Guru. Oh my God. FC made in Abuja and on display here in Lagos. This man enjoying himself currently. I believe will finish today on 9 strong points. Guru starting strong in the league, and it's a contrast to what happened in the Pro Leagues where he didn't start well, lost to BAJI Senior, but then had to pick it up later. It's a different one for him, and kudos to him and Dutch certainly enjoying themselves right there.
I think that shows you how much work has been put into it for Guru, and as you can see, the 4th goal that went in as it did. I mean, it shows you the conversations that happen, knowing fully well that in the elite divisions, you're not afforded the luxury of a large time to recover. You don't have so much games because you are only 13 people in the league and it's only 5 weeks. And the elite, of course, the quality of opposition is totally different.
Well, we have 4 minutes to go. It could take a heartbreak for someone. Mitchell almost find a decisive pass, but what it means is BAJI can get on the other side and go for the counter. But when you get there first, it's O'Reilly with the 2-poke clearance. 3 minutes plus added time. You can already tell with the poise on their faces that this point means a lot to them. Semenyo on the right hand side. Mitchell, does he have one more in him? Does he have one more trick up his sleeve on the 10? I mean, great defending to close down the spaces, but Mitchell still holds it with Son, trying to link up the play right there. But BAJI Jr. coming in clutch and blocking that ball while he plays another through ball of his own. 1 minute of added time. It's got to be perfect. Does he have the dagger? McTominay to go for that attempt. Decisive recycle. BAJI Jr. Can he do it? Oh my word. And this one will settle for the point. It was certainly end-to-end in the final minutes, and the shirts are spoiled, which I think is deservedly so for both of them.
Well deserved for both players. this felt like a chess game more than an FC game. Both players going at it. I mean, yes, we did talk about them not trade everything that they had at the kitchen sink, but I do think they tried to do that one, trying to neutralize each other in terms of the ideas. As we see, ANIFE gets one back, making it 5. They might be too late to get himself anything off this game. But for BAJI and MITCH, this looked like a top of the clash type of game.
Exactly, top of the table type clash. And I think for the onlookers around, this result goes well for them because nobody's pulling away. Because mind you, BAJI Junior would have gotten to 9 points and been unbeaten if he had gotten this win, but nobody's pulling away. They are all kind of within touching distance. So I think, guys, some of the onlookers around will certainly be happy with this result. Guru confirming that all important 3 points in the bag as well. The Abuja man enjoying life playing this tournament here in Lagos. That's how it ends for round 4 of the action. There's still 2 more rounds to go, and we told you guys we have a back for you guys. You saw KILLERFREAK earlier on in action lose to Mitchell. Well, we didn't think there was a world where he could lose 3 straight games. Could it possibly be 4? I don't know if it's going to be that crazy, but he's got a big game against the runner-up of the Pro League's KAYKAY coming up right after this. KILLERFREAK versus KAYKAY. Don't touch that dial. It's right here on KD Sports on YouTube. We'll be back after this.
Nigeria to the world. From gamers to champions, Nigeria answers the call.
For Nigeria. For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria. For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
Represent Nigeria. Say less.
It's time.
Hold on, chat. It's the Sports Nations Cup. We're going international.
Looks like Nigeria just entered the big leagues. To be honest, when you look at the tournament of the past and look at what he was trying to do from there, this one we're not just analyzing. This one we're participating.
Time to defend the flag.
Strategic play on a global board. Gamers assemble.
It's official. We're good to go.
The Esports Nations Cup brings national pride into competitive gaming. Now players have an opportunity to represent their countries on the global stage, featuring many titles like PUBG Mobile, EAFC, MLBB, chess, and so many other games. And Nigeria is in. I'm proud to announce that we are the Nigeria's national team partners for the ENC, building the pathway from grassroots gamers to the world stage, from our community centers to the world gaming leagues. This is our country. This is Nigeria.
KD Sports is ready.
Nigeria is ready.
Nigeria to the world. From gamers to champions, Nigeria answers the call.
For Nigeria. For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria. For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
For Nigeria.
bag. There's 2 more to go. And as for the classics, they are coming every single time. We just saw BAJI versus Mitchell share the spoils and Guru pick up all 3 points in that game as well. This one is going to be heavy. Everybody has been looking towards KILLERFREAK as to when is he going to pick up his first points. We didn't think this was going to be the script, but it is indeed so. He's got another big game on his hands. He's playing KAYKAY, and I must say, KAYKAY is no easy slouch at all.
Absolutely, especially with the fact that he's coming off 3 huge defeats, that's KILLERFREAK, and KAYKAY is coming off 2 wins, and he's looking at it, if I can pick up something against KILLERFREAK, that makes me 9 points. 9 points out of, we said, a possible 20, that's a whole lot of job done. So for KAYKAY, this is a huge test to know if the guy we saw in the Pro Leagues could actually hang with the guys in Elite Division. We have seen glimpses of how good he can be. Yes, that first game where he lost wasn't the best of his game for him, but yeah, he's in pole position. As you can see, the leaderboard right now is changing with each game. BAJI Junior and Mitch tied on 2nd position after playing 4 for Mitchell and 3 for BAJI. Guru on 9 positions. Tactical has 7 now also after 3 played. So KAYKAY is looking at, if he gets this one done over the line, he goes all the way to Guru's stop Guru. I mean, KAYKAY has 12 goal difference. If he wins KILLERFREAK somehow, that means he is going to be 1st position ending day 1 of week 2. For KILLERFREAK, if he gets himself at least 3 points today, that means that he's still in contention for top 4. But as it stands, we don't think he has what it takes right now to win the entirety of the Elite League Season 2.
I mean, we've seen crazier things happen. I'm not writing anything off yet. It's still early days. It's still just about 3 to 4 games played. It's still a lot of action to look at. Look at that win percentage. You think if KILLERFREAK didn't start this way, this percentage crazy. Doesn't look like this, so that certainly
is changed. I'm trying to understand the maths behind it. The maths is not mathsing. But for the new hubs, man, I'm very, very sure this is the best time to be in this type of position. Going up against an opponent who has a sort of psychological hit to himself, someone who's usually confident, who's usually very slightly arrogant, which you need sometimes to be at the very, very top.
He's usually ruthless.
Yeah,
he's been in positions to be ruthless, KILLERFREAK, but he's just not been able to take it. Now look, on the KAYKAY side of things, KAYKAY has to prove to us that in the big test he can produce, because out of all of the games that he's played so far in the Elite League, I think the biggest test that he faced was in game 1 against Guru, where he lost. This is another big test to go. If you want to show everybody that, you know what, I'm supposed to be a mainstay in the Elite League, you've got to be beating guys like this. And I don't think there's any better time to be playing KILLERFREAK than now.
Yeah,
when it feels like he's vulnerable, when it feels like he's not playing maybe at his best, then you can take some points off of him. But hey, it's much easier said than that. Manny and I can speak about it here all day long, but actually doing the job, it's not easy at all. We spoke about KILLERFREAK's obsession with playing the 4-4-2 formation. Well, that's how his team is shaped up, playing Marco Reus and Kaka up top, Shelling on the left-hand side with McTominay and Dominic Szoboszlai, 2 ball winners in the midfield. Also, Jebade will be rocking at the right midfield. He's using William Saliba's team of the season card. Now, look, when you see other people's teams, like KINGNONEX, where they've invested so much into the attack, and you look at KILLERFREAK's draft, he didn't really invest too much in the attack, because you look at the defense, he's playing William Saliba. For a defender that costs almost 2 million coins, that's a lot to spend on an attacker. That's why he's playing a guy like Marco Reus. That is not too expensive from the SBCs. He's playing the old Shelling, Shelling with a 92 pace, exactly. They are not as expensive as before, so he spent a lot on that William Saliba, and maybe that's why the offense is not as creative, sharp as it be. But hey, that's what's been working for him, and I believe if anybody's to make changes, he will be the man to make those types of changes. As we look at his opponent, KAYKAY has stuck with this 4-5-1 formation since, I think even from the Pro League, this one was confident with the 4-5-1, and he keeps it going. Now, one question I've got about this KAYKAY team is that centre back Desai. Regular icons Desai, I haven't seen it too much. These days, everybody's working with team of the season, so I kind of questioning why he's playing Desai, but maybe he's got that Palestra at the bench to bring on. And then, of course, he's using the better version of the Shelling. That's the knockout royalty Shelling I was talking about earlier.
And using her up top as a lone striker, that's very, very interesting. I mean, what are you thinking he's going for? What play styles is he looking to take advantage of with that Shelling card up top?
Well, exactly. Shelling basically has a striker's trait because he's got the ability to do that, but at times it just doesn't work on the wing. So maybe trying something different up top. We'll see how it works out for him. But simultaneously, we'll be having the informed tactical play Dada Boy who's still yet to pick up a point in the Elite League, currently with a 5% chance of winning this game. And I mean, kind of understandably so, because of how tactical has played and how Dada Boy has played. Dada Boy was close to taking that game against Elevation. I believe he ended 7-6 in favor of Elevation. But if he can pick up a win against somebody like Tactical, that must be a massive confidence booster for the Outlaws, man. FanQuest, Tactical, though, has been a joy to watch through and through. We are expecting him to really go at this game as well, because he's somebody that could finish the day at the top of the table. I believe he's on like 7 points. If he gets a win, that takes him to 10. So there's a lot of things to look out for in these types of games. And seems like everybody is ready and set to go. Everybody understands the task at hand. And you look at the guys are at the top of your screen. Penalty already.
Goodness.
What is that, a penalty to KK?
I think that's a penalty to KK. Wow. Oh my.
He steps up and actually scores. I think KILLERFREAK's feed, we did have a problem with the camera of KILLERFREAK's feed, because it looked like he still wasn't playing at that time. But that confirms it. KK opening the scoring inside 2 minutes.
Well,
what is happening?
Well, that's what happens when momentum is on your side. That's what happens when you're not really having the best of days. Like we say that time and time again. This has not really been the best. Battle of the runner-ups, let's have it. Wow. I like this particular comment. This is Ade. Thank you very much for noting this one. This is actually the battle of the runner-ups. The guys who were not able to make the cut in their respective competitions, pro leagues versus...
and you know how crazy it is? They were both runner-ups because of that final day. Because KK could have won on the final day. KILLERFREAK same as well. So both of them came extremely close to winning the titles in their respective division. Credit to you for noticing that. Oh, KILLERFREAK again. He's supposed to be finishing from there. Precision shooting coming back to bite him. Are these signs of crazier things to happen with the rest of this game?
For me, I'm looking at this, and this is some of the very first time we are seeing some certain type of reactions from KILLERFREAK. He's usually the man who is almost ice cold under moments like this when the lights shine brightest. He's usually the ice cold man. But looking at how he's cutting a bit of a frustrated figure, it sort of tells me that at the end of the day, he is human and he does have flesh and blood coursing through his veins. I think that sort of would help him also going on if he wants to take over the world with the abilities he has, man. He's definitely one of those guys who can definitely hang with the very best. I think in these moments like this where he is forced to come in terms with his human side, as you can see, he gets him an equalizer right away.
The attack has not been the problem for KILLERFREAK. In every single game that he has played, I think he scored 3 or more goals. It's just been that defending, especially in the second half. It's not been the best. The attack also has come to question in the second half a bit. I think it's the defending where he really needs to sort out a couple of things. And that sequence right there is maybe a breath of fresh air for him. But on his attack, I think he's still been as deadly as ever as Jacobo Ramon will win the ball back for KK. I think we might have a crazy game on our hands once more. And Jiba, this first touch, kind of weird. On that one from the Lumo Hubs, man.
Yeah. And, well, for KK, he's done himself a very huge favor by taking a little bit of chunk off that man, KILLERFREAK, in terms of psychological chunk, but he has to now ensure he doesn't give KILLERFREAK the advantage in terms of giving him any reason to be excited about what he's playing today. If you can get a result as soon as possible, if you can get yourself another goal, get it. If you can get yourself 2 goals even, get it. But try and avoid the 3-1 scoreline. It does look like that is where the problem has lied for some of the players in this competition. It does seem like we've had multiple comebacks from that 3-1 position, especially at halftime.
Well, there have been moments where KK going on the transition has not had crisp passing yet. You've seen him give up the ball a couple of times already. I don't know if it's down to nerves or it's down to him maybe not settling in the game yet, but that's not the KK we usually see on the broadcast. Usually when he's playing, he's as decisive as ever. So far, not gotten into the groove yet as this one. Currently locked in at 1-1. There goes KK with Kaka to find Semenyo. I mean, KILLERFREAK's defense being at its most vulnerable state is one that we didn't expect to see, especially this early in the league. But like we said, the Elite League has come up with surprises that we weren't expecting at all, and this one certainly at the top of that list when it comes to those types of surprises.
Absolutely. That's one of the reasons why we are telling you guys from the very get-go that this is the competition you do not want to miss. This is the place you wanted to be in. week in, week out for the next 5 weeks. And for everybody who really didn't understand, I hope you guys are seeing reasons why this is one of the very, very best competitions ever. As KK will regain his lead with a wonderful, wonderful strike from Antoine Semenyo. All that work done by KILLERFREAK. Now he has to go back to the drawing board and do it again.
Well, the very best from Akwa Ibom. KK with a lovely work goal. The Semenyo run started early, but look at that. It became a foot race between Kramer and Semenyo. And why do you think I keep calling this Semenyo item the best in the game? It's not even the team of the season version. The reason why I love Semenyo's item so much, I know I might be Ghanaian biased, but the thing is, he's got the lengthy running style that you want. He's got rapid play style, plus he's got a lot of pace as well to deal with. So when he gets in a foot race with a fullback, he usually wins that battle. So credit to him for finishing on that occasion. And speaking of finishing on the other end, KILLERFREAK obliges. As that other game between Dada Boy and Tactical has also begun with Dada Boy opening the scoring in that one. Outlaws Dada Boy. We become accustomed to him taking lead sometimes, and this one also going crazy. KK.
In similar fashion.
Wow.
One player saying, whatever you do, I can do also. Let's see who responds again. If it's going to be KILLERFREAK, or does KK still have more goals to score? That's one thing about any king who sleeps on his throne. We did talk about that one earlier on. Somebody is always coming for your crown. You cannot afford moments like this. You cannot afford to snooze, because once you do, somebody is going to be waiting to take it all.
Wow, I mean, immediately we turned our eyes off of it. There's like a goal coming in. And I think these goals are just a sign of confidence from KK. Look, one aspect of KILLERFREAK's games across even FC25 that nobody could doubt about it was the pressing. But it's not been as effective. It's been aggressive, but it's not been as effective as we usually see. And that's why when these opponents beat that first wave of press, he kind of struggles to be able to defend it. But kudos to guys like KK, guys like MITCH, guys like BAJI Jr., who are exploiting the opportunity and they're really making good use of it. Speaking of KILLERFREAK, there he comes through McTominay. His offense just unable to click on that possession.
Does the elite leagues remind you of APL before the Man City era, where it could be anybody's own any day at any time? As we have KK going down that channel. Can he get this one? Luchini hits the post. My goodness. He does not react, and I think that's the best thing in this type of moment. He just keeps going on and doing the work. He's done his best there. Kaka gets himself into good position there. And KILLERFREAK, wow, very, very lucky he is right there. Very lucky man.
He is indeed a very lucky boy at this point. KK is playing some very exquisite SC, and he's extremely confident right now of really taking this game to him. 30 minutes in, 5 goals, and you can almost feel like there's another 5 goals somewhere that we might add to this one.
Absolutely.
It's end-to-end, just like we like them. Love to pass. KILLERFREAK, because certainly goes for the chip.
Wow.
And couldn't find it. As on the other side, I believe Tactical, through his famous corner kick techniques, with a spellbinding finish to get back on level terms in that game.
Yeah. This time around, for the very first time in all of the games we have seen KILLERFREAK on, he is the one who is trailing going into halftime. That might be good news for him, because every single time he has led in all of the games this competition, he has somehow bottled it in the second half. Maybe this might be the very, very type of situation he wants to be in, where he's actually trading and giving him opportunity to come back and get himself on momentum as Marco Ruz. Rolling back that time.
Trademark KILLERFREAK. This move has been used every single time he's in big games. Cast your mind back to the VGA grade, the all-important goal that got him the win against Kyran. It came from that advanced roulette, and there we see it once more. Marco Royce, perfection as we'd call it. We are seeing it a lot more with KILLERFREAK these days, and it grants him yet another equalizer.
Nothing that the goalkeeper could have done there. The stretch was so close, but there was nothing more that could have happened. This is what I say about passing the ball. When you could clear it, now he goes for the clearance. And he is very, very one lucky man there.
This is what I don't like about the clearance as well. Because the defenders are so big, they'll always win possession, and the opponents will come back to try to haunt you. It's back-to-back advanced roulette. This one's attack went into fire. It's sometimes unstoppable right there. This time coming from the right-hand side. Kaka with a brilliant finish. We have one more look at it. Immediately he gets it, there's only one thing on his mind, and he's executed that one down to a T.
I mean, if there's anybody who currently is looking at this one so
already 4-4.
Wow,
this is crazy.
No time to blink, no time to breathe. This man says if you can score, I can score too. For the very first time, we are having 8 goals scored in the first half of any game in the competition. Wow, KILLERFREAK has definitely met his match today. That advanced roulette used in VGA grade by Amakri and against him by Farouk in last season's finals game. Yes.
Great for sporting. That shows that you definitely follow a lot.
5-4.
Oh, my word.
5-4. Wow.
9 goals in the first half, money.
Wow. 9 goals. KK took the lead first. KILLERFREAK took the league second, and now KK is back in pole position in the driver's seat. He has no time to rest. Both of these players going at it.
The perfect word for this game, absolutely pulsating. You know what this scoreline reminds me of?
Tell me.
Bayern versus PSG.
Listen.
That was their final score. This is our halftime score.
And
maybe we could get one more before halftime comes in. KK clears his lines and we'll go into halftime. Money. Now we can breathe. Wow. Insane stuff from both of the guys. Look, KILLERFREAK on that end, he has to be able to watch the defense. It's clearly not working for him at this point.
I think both players could do better with their defense. And for me, interesting that we are seeing for the very first time the guy who is coaching KK Beasts. No, that I think not Beast. This is not Beast. I remember his name in a couple of minutes. Interesting. This man also a very I mean, he's maybe not gotten to legend status, but a name worth mentioning. He has been at competition, and it's very important to have someone of this caliber at your side, up against someone like KILLERFREAK. Now he's in pole position, but the interesting thing for me is KILLERFREAK for the very first time might be in a good space. Now he's the one chasing the lead. If he gets another goal,
he said when he was the one controlling.
Yeah, he was.
Game,
he lost
usually gave up.
So maybe now this is a time for him to get something different. As Mola Bolami says, which kind of basketball match be this? I hope you're entertained by it.
I mean, if you were tuned into yesterday's playoffs, or this could be another version of the NBA playoffs right here. It's absolutely insane. If you're a big lover of games that have loads of goals, well, this is the game for you. In fact, tune into any KILLERFREAK game on the Elite League. So far, it's been producing a boatload of goals. Here he comes, KK, oozing confidence at this point. Almost every single attack of his, it feels like it's going to spell danger. That one passed out for offside. But when KILLERFREAK is playing like this, where his defense is vulnerable at times, the confidence that it gives to your opposition, and we saw it with BAJI Mitchell, and now KK is taking full advantage.
Listen, that's one thing I like about boys that are hungry. The elite divisions, for example, is filled with people that are very hungry for wins. As he's able to squeeze this one over the line, that one is very painful to watch for someone like KK, because he had the goalkeeper in the pole position.
I mean,
definitely should be saving that.
It might be painful for KK, but KILLERFREAK has got to take it, because anyhow the goals will come, he's got to take it.
Goals.
Because things are not going his way at all. It's incredible. Who would have thought that KILLERFREAK is someone who would be scrambling for points all around? It's absolutely insane here at the Elite Leagues. Well, Tactica was actually down 2-1 and he's back in the game 2-2, I believe. That boy, the Outlaws man, certainly putting up a fight in another game happening.
And then say, KK, finish this work for me. Well, it's so easy to say, but we love the fact that you're supporting from the comment section. KK definitely has all it takes, because he has shown time and time again that he can really take on this defense and come out on top. He scored 5 against KILLERFREAK in the first half. Well,
I mean,
yeah.
Interesting statistics for you, Manny. Every single game KILLERFREAK has played in the Elite League is considered 5 or more. Considered 6 against BAJI, considered 5 against Mitchell, and now conceding 5 against KK. That's 15 goals across the span of 3 games.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Yeah, I mean,
we know SC26 is attack-oriented, but when you think of KILLERFREAK, you think of somebody who usually is defending very well, but that is not the case at all. Right now, he's got to heavily rely on the offense, and he can't rely on it at times because it is that good. And finally, he gets a lead in this game. KK just relaxing a bit on the offensive end, and on the other side, KILLERFREAK making all of the attacks count.
I told you, it might have just been in KILLERFREAK's favor that he was down by a goal going into the second half of this game, because for the very first time, he had to come from behind, and possibly he didn't have all of that pressure on him like earlier on. But whatever the case is, now the job has to be done by KK. He has to do the job again. Wow, KILLERFREAK scores again, making it 7-5. Oh my goodness, these guys are not letting us blink an eye at all. For the very first time in this game, KILLERFREAK has a 2-goal lead.
Look, coming into the Elite League, even in my preview, I said that KILLERFREAK had done the unthinkable, because I think, Manny, you can correct me if I'm wrong, no Nigerian has ever won a tournament on international soil. KILLERFREAK was the first one to do that in Ghana with the VGA grid. That type of confidence, that type of momentum that he was coming in with, I was expecting that it would translate here. Look, and okay, you can start somewhere and say KILLERFREAK has played badly, but you cannot also say that the guys who he's played with haven't been good.
Yes.
KK could have gotten a go back in this one just slightly. Gonna by the post right there, but you see KILLERFREAK still deploying the 4-4-2, still very confident that it will work for him.
They're very, very interesting. I thought at this point we'll possibly see KILLERFREAK going for a 4-5-1 at the moment. As John Mano say, I said all my life, KILLERFREAK wins this match. Well, hold on to your life first. We don't want you losing it. Anything could still happen, as KK is still knocking on the door and refusing to give up the fight.
I mean, with this one going into the post, you think it's the first time we'll see KILLERFREAK actually shift from 4-4-2 to like a 4-5-1 or a 4-4-1-1? Because he hasn't done that previously. It's come back to bite him.
Yeah.
Could he change his ways? Maybe. Just maybe. Let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes, essentially, because I myself, I'm looking at it and I'm trying to wonder what could be the strategy going into this one, as that tackle. And this time around,
aggressive tackle.
Very aggressive tackle.
With 30 minutes to go, KK knows if he goes 3 goals down, it could be the end for him. And he's got to find a way of defending this one pretty well. Shelling, I thought that one was slightly going to be off.
Yeah, at some point I thought it was going to be onside.
The onside trap, which I think has kind of failed KILLERFREAK in some sorts on that occasion, it did bail him out in that sense. I mean, this game has certainly produced goals. I think, what's the highest number of goals in a game we've seen so far in the Elite League? I think we've seen 12 or 13. This one is on the verge of potentially breaking that record.
Yeah, because right now we have 12 goals. We do think there's still enough room for at least 2-3 more goals, because both players have shown that they're not going to rest on their oars and they're going to be going at it, throwing everything they have. KILLERFREAK, this comment is very interesting. KILLERFREAK is suffering from speed whiplash. He's grown so used to his lightning fast connection that he struggles to adjust to the slower tempo of this competition. I don't think I agree with you. I don't think this competition is slow, as KILLERFREAK gets another goal. Yes, ace-5 for Tomide, who is looking very keenly from his corner. This might just be the one that changes the entirety of or the trajectory of KILLERFREAK's play.
Well, it has taken him 4 straight games to be on his way to grab a point in the Elite League. It should tell you how difficult it is to produce here. And Mr. Kemsey is saying not only KILLERFREAK might struggle, Farouk might have a hard time as well too. Well, make sure to tune into the Elite League in the upcoming weeks to know if that will be the case as well. It's 8 goals to 5. And I just still have a feeling that it's still not all said and done yet, because we've seen time without number, KILLERFREAK giving up leads. Could this be another situation where he does? But KK, in the last couple of minutes, just hasn't shown that he can really put the press on. And for KILLERFREAK, he's taking full advantage of KK committing bodies forward and really leaving himself susceptible to danger. KILLERFREAK surely now.
He's now in free flow. He's now in that flow state where we used to know him. KILLERFREAK, I think at this point in time, it's fair to say he has done the business.
I think that ninth goal certainly would be enough. That ninth goal right there could be enough, and for sure, his first points in the back here in the Elite League could be coming. And I mean, he's had to struggle and toil for it. I know there's still 20 minutes to go, but him giving up 4 goals in 20 minutes, I think that's just impossible.
I mean, if he does that, then it would be possibly the greatest bottling we've ever seen in any of our competitions over here at the Elite Division. I think for him now, this is the best time to manage play, manage expectations. KK has a huge mountain to climb And I think he might take advantage of that one if there are other chances in and around the virtual pitch for the man.
Well, surely it's been a game that has had moments where you feel like KK could have grasped it, but really didn't. KILLERFREAK has certainly taken full advantage, and it will be in style. This one, KILLERFREAK, very, very dominant performances. What a lot of people were expecting, because coming into the league, people were expecting these types of results from KILLERFREAK, and maybe this win could be what propels him to get back into the groove and get back to winning ways.
I agree with you. All it takes sometimes is one win, one moment where you remind yourself of who you are, of what you're capable of. This might just be one of those moments. As you can see, KILLERFREAK in his free flow state, taking advantage of the lack of composure by KK, who has up till the second half been a very tough opponent. I did tell you guys, as soon as we went to the first half with KILLERFREAK in behind, I think that one was possibly where that game was won by KILLERFREAK.
Well,
so Octopus Bunny is back.
In some sense, we will not take it yet. I will give him like 20% credit, because usually Octopus Money doesn't predict from halftime. He predicts from the start of the game. But it should tell you that even the Octopus is struggling under the water. 30 minutes to go in this one. It's been an enjoyable one here inside the National E-Soccer League. This is round 5 of action here today. We told you, promised you, we had 6 rounds of action, and I think today it has delivered on all fronts. If you say you've not been entertained with all you've watched, and maybe you're not an enjoyer of FC like we all are, but if indeed you're an enjoyer of FC, then we are glad to have you on board. And if you're not part of the KD Sports family yet, what are you doing, my friend? Hit that subscribe button, tap on the bell, so when we go live, you are notified anywhere you are, because you cannot afford to miss any bit of the action. If you take this action, for instance, if you blinked, you indeed missed.
Absolutely.
So you cannot afford to be doing that. Head on across all socials and make sure you're following KD Sports to be kept in the loop with everything happening. Elite League, great pass from KK.
Oh.
And I mean, that's kind of been a story as well. There have been some chances
in the second half, yeah.
He's not been clinical enough to take them. So it's just crazy to think of in that sense. I believe KILLERFREAK onside again, and potentially to get number 11 on the board. I mean, the Dada Boy versus Tactical game going crazy right now. And I believe Tactical may just have gotten a last-minute dagger to make that 1-4-3. Mind you, Tactical wins that game. He goes straight to the top of the table, and Tactical, who would have thought that after 4 rounds of action could be
he'll be struggling against that.
I mean,
after what we saw over, who would have thought he would be struggling against Dada Boy? I mean, it was tied at some point. Dada Boy took the lead 2 times. Now he got the lead. Dada Boy equalizes, and now he's in pole position because it's 87 minutes over there, and he currently has that lead. He has to find a way to get them over the line for Dada Boy. This will be one of the best days so far, because he did have that very tight game against Wale Aviation. Yes, it did feel like he woke up a little bit late in that game, but now he possibly has a momentum going into day 2 of week 2.
Well, thank you, Trico, keeping tabs on our record. That is 17 goals scored. We'll make that 18 as a
wow.
KK getting one more in. That is the record broken. It's still at 13 for the Elite League. 18 goals in 1 9-minute half game. Well, you could say defense was non-existent, or you could be on the other tangent and say, you know what, the offense was too good to handle. But
wow.
all in all, we'll enjoy it. Wow. Is there another last-minute dagger? It feels like there is from Dada Boy, Outlaws man, not giving up.
Oh, wow. That's what you call stepping up to the plate when it matters the most. As KILLERFREAK would really, really turn the dagger and twist it in the heart of his opponent, KK. He's not letting that man go without anything.
Even now, an Octopus Money cannot help you. I'm sorry.
I cannot help you, man. I might only tell you that he will go into another goal for Lumo Hubs man KK as he gets himself 8 goals. And you see both players exchanging some conversation. I mean, it is crazy. That game went crazy. Also, the Dada Boy tactical game going crazy. I mean, look at how interesting the Elite Division is. Tactical dispatching of top opponents goes against the Dada Boy that's just 3 in a row or 2 in a row, and he is met by a stiff wall of resistance. And now he has to make do with 1 point if that game ends the way we think
it tells you no point is guaranteed. We keep saying this, and it feels like a cliche.
Yeah.
But that's just the fact. The other boy has conceded a lot of goals, has lost all of his games. He goes up against a tactical who hasn't lost a single game.
What's going on?
And he's struggling for points against him. No point is guaranteed.
Absolutely
and
not.
that is just the simple fact right there. This game will come to a close. Finally, KILLERFREAK can breathe a huge sigh of relief. He's got his first 3 points after 4 straight round of games. Congratulations to him. He's on the board now. The runner-up from last week, I believe.
Oh my goodness, it looks like the boy had a crazy what?
Tactical with barely any minutes more to play. Looks like he has clinched it at the death. Absolute pandemonium here at the studios. Wow. It's going crazy everywhere.
Oh my goodness. What a week. What a round. This is absolutely insane action.
I am getting this anywhere else.
Absolutely not.
Anywhere else. It is here. National E-Soccer Elite League. What a performance from everybody. They've shown why they deserve to be. I believe that confirms Tactical's 5-4 win. Wow. That's 10 points in total.
No, that's...
I mean, that's I believe 10 points in total because he had won 2 games, drawn 1 against KINGNONEX.
Okay,
and now 7 points
he
plus
did,
3
he draw earlier
makes
on.
it 10. Wow, I mean, this a day we've been seeing your comments so much. Shouts to you, man. Top commenter says, truly the elite division.
I agree with you.
Truly the elite division.
I agree with you. I mean, think about it. That boy nearly taking points off elevation, and then he takes Tactical down to the wire. Tactical that had a great game against his opponents, KINGNONEX, previously to this one. Listen, this is crazy. And here's a comment interesting for me. Everyone who takes the lead in KILLERFREAK's game in the first half has lost the second half. Well, I think that's why we're saying it possibly was the best condition for KILLERFREAK that he was losing in the first half. And now we have the final game, I believe, for the day, ADEFOLA versus BAJI. That one is going next. That one is going crazy. If you think you're seeing craziness, you definitely have to stick around for this one. These boys are on fire, I tell you. 7 position for ADEFOLA, 4 position for BAJI Junior. If he gets this goal over, if he gets this win, it means he's going to be topping the table going into second day of week 2.
Well, everywhere is indeed hot. ADEFOLA coming off that last minute dagger of a win in his earlier game will be taking on BAJI Junior, who kind of dropped points against Mitchell, had to settle for that single point in that draw. This should be a very, very fun game, and what way to close us than this perfect one we've got for you coming up next. ADEFOLA versus BAJI. Another game that this is not the first time we'll be seeing it on broadcast. We've seen it multiple times.
Yeah.
We've seen that it always does produce some level of high level FC, and we're expecting that it to give us something close to that again.
I absolutely agree with you. Both players, ADEFOLA has not really been at his best, but you look at BAJI, I'm sure he's going to be buoyed by the performances he has put in so far, so good. But he has to be careful. This is where trajectories get changed. If he loses against ADEFOLA, it might enter uncharted waters where he's going up against some of the other sharks in the waters, and he is not so confident. But for ADEFOLA, this is a very, very good time to show yourself strong. Show your hand and prove to the whole world that, listen, you're really, really that legend, that man. You're him that everybody has been talking about. Here is the players' draft and their team formation. ADEFOLA sticking to a 4-5-1 with Hendrik on top. Very, very interesting.
That change, I think Hendrik has really kind of changed the way he attacks, and
it's like everything goes to Hendrik.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a positive change for him in his team there, Hendrik. And mind you, Fola is also able to get a win. I think it takes him to 9 points because he did beat Guru. He did beat Mr. Oga in that last minute dagger as well. So that's a positive for him to look forward to. I mean, currently, BAJI Junior also currently on 7 points. If he gets the win, that's 10 points to take him to the top of the table as well. So much at stake in this final game. As we carry on, this is just week 2, and everybody is absolutely going crazy. I mean, with this game coming up now, a lot of people around them, the likes of Mitch, the likes of Tactical, KINGNONEX, are also looking at this game and saying, if ADEFOLA can get the points off of BAJI Junior, that leaves a lot of gap for guys who can get into the top 8 now.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think he also has that on his mind. He'll be looking at this game as one of that very games that you have to get a win over, and you know that this is past you. I mean, for someone like BAJI Junior, I think he's in good position right now. He's played KILLERFREAK, he's played the MITCH. He's not going to play an ADEFOLA. If he can get these people behind him, he's going to be looking onto the other ones who are coming as possible low-hanging fruits. Maybe Tactical might not be part of those, but he'll be looking at every other person who is coming, the Elevations, the Dada Boy, possibly Mr. August, people he's going to be taking off points of if he can do the job here. Well, we'll find out when these players are ready. I'm so excited, man. What has it been like for you?
I mean,
day 1 week 2?
Today it's been exhilarating. I think that's the word. Pulsating, exhilarating, because no time to rest at all, no time to breathe at all. And sometimes you love when the FC action is like that. Goals upon goals. We had games that were also tight. Remember that Mitchell versus BAJI Junior, so close. As we'll run you through how the
and Adefola also was very tight.
The score lines went. KINGNONEX tactical was an absolute banger.
6-6.
Oga versus Adefola, and then in the last minute dagger from Adefola, we saw Guru and Mr. Oga also. Guru picking up maximum points. Elevation versus Dada Boy. Maybe it wasn't on the broadcast, but it was insane as well. Mitchell getting that comeback against KILLERFREAK 5-3. Also KAYKAY, all important win against ANIFE. BAJI Junior versus MITCH, and that stalemate 1-1. Guru, all important win again against ANIFE. That makes it 6 points out of a possible 6. And KILLERFREAK, after 4 tries, finally on the board with points 13-8. 21 goals in that one. Insane. And then, of course, Tactical getting the win over Dada Boy 5-4.
Insane that it took KILLERFREAK 4 games to get 1 point, any point at all from the elite division. I go back to that comment that said truly the elite division.
Exactly, truly, with exclamation marks on top. It's crazy, and that's how the table shapes up. Tactical currently leading with 10 points. Guru in second place on 9 points as well. Mitchell on 7 points. If BAJI Junior, like I said, gets the win, it takes him to 10. It will be joint at the top with Tactical. Also, mind you, Adefola gets a win. It's to take him to second place with 9 points too. And the likes of KINGNONEX also with 4 points.
Well, KINGNONEX is not all out of this entirely. He has played only 2 games, so there's so much to do. KILLERFREAK, after 4 games, has 3 points. Farouk hasn't played so far, so good. He'll be on action next week. So stay tuned. We're going to be giving you guys the very, very best of that mad OAA sports athlete. Mr. Oga is one of the guys who make it. As you can see right now, the highest goal scorers are KILLERFREAK. Crazy. KILLERFREAK has scored 20 goals and he just has 3 points.
It's because of how he's defending. When you're conceding 5 goals every game, you have to be scoring about 10 goals a game. Exactly. And in every single game of his, he scored at least 5 goals as well. So that's 20 goals.
The
but I remember exactly. But I remember KAYKAY won by I think 11-1. 13 exactly. So that's why he's got 31 goals currently. And of course, Guru has also been absolutely brilliant in front of the goal as well. Mind you, I think top goal scorer also takes some cool cash home as well. So keeping tabs on that one is pretty important right now. If you are finding the back of the net frequently, you can earn some extra cash. But I mean, for the way things are looking like, KILLERFREAK needs to show up the defense. You look at Tactical, also has been scoring goals, 17, 16 for Mitch, BAJI Junior with 12, Elevation with 12 as well, Dada Boy with 11, KINGNONEX 11 goals, and Adefola 10 goals.
Scored the least out of all of them. I think for Adefola, what has helped him a whole lot is that he has been able to lock up shop a little bit more, squeeze in results, just like we did see earlier today against Mr. Oga, where he was able to squeeze in a result. It wasn't the best of plays for him. Against Guru also, it was a 2-1 win. All this to say that the game against BAJI Junior is not going to be a walkover for anybody at all. BAJI, the man who is currently on hot streak of form against an Adefola, who is looking to prove that even on his bad day, he
main sponsor behind the league. One of their players is indeed Adefola. He's playing brilliantly so far. Game Evolution, I believe BAJI and KILLERFREAK also repping on the breaking gaming barriers for Elevation. Massive signing they've got on the Phoenix Esports. A massive shout out to them as well. They're doing their own thing. Mitchell certainly making them proud. Outlaws, one of my favorite teams out there because they've been consistent across social media. They've been doing a great job. Even though things are not going well for Dada Boy, I'm sure they're hoping that in the subsequent weeks to come, the story will change. Lumo Habs KK. Lumo Habs, they have shown faith in their man from Akwa Ibom, always making sure he's in the mix, and it has certainly proved vital. Tactical, I think that was maybe the biggest gamble of them all, and it has paid heavily for FanQuest Esports. Now Solar Flare, You see that fire right there? They have the man on fire right now.
Absolutely.
And the man is KINGNONEX, and it's absolutely deserved.
Yeah, very well deserved. Guru signed to Yakabu Global, while ANIFE is signed to the Afro Panda Esports. That had Italian Mafia in the pro leagues also as an athlete. Mr. Original is where Mr. Oga is signed to. He's representing Mr. Original, while OS Esports has Farouk as their athlete and representative in this competition.
Yeah, it's very important to note things are getting professionally now.
Yeah.
From when we used to play. Brilliant to see. I mean, we get to see how the top of the table standings look like. Guru, Tactical, Mitchell, they are currently at the top of the table with how things are going. You see the win rate for Guru currently stands at 41%. Tactical still hasn't lost a game yet with 50% win rate, whilst Mitchell currently at 25% win rates. There's still a lot of data to look at going into it.
I think the next game for Guru is going to be against a Farouk. Wow. What a way to open the curtain for Farouk Mamzo, while ANIFE and Tactical are going to be going up against each other, while KK and Mitchell are going to be doing battle next. Maybe we're going to be seeing them next week, maybe we're going to be seeing some of them tomorrow. Whatever the case is, if you have seen anything you like today, if you have seen today's live stream, today's broadcast, and you have enjoyed it, you definitely should be around for all of the game days as we go straight into the last action for today between Adefola and BAJI Junior. Adefola in that all green kit, while BAJI is representing in that white kit.
When I just saw a comment on YouTube, someone says that boy has kind of been unlucky. Do you agree?
Yeah, for today, yes, it's been unlucky because even the game against Olivation, I did see the last 7-6, and the 7th one was scored in the 80-90 minutes, and now again he's losing. He lost again in that dying ember of the game. But I think, yes, he might have been unlucky, but he has to ensure that he makes his luck as BAJI will start this one in the manner he would like, taking the lead in 3 minutes.
Wow, explosive start from BAJI, something we didn't see against Mitchell. But BAJI Junior, first chance, first goal. It's spelling signs of him being clinical pretty early on here in this game against Fola. Fola's defense hasn't really, I wouldn't say hasn't been poor. But the thing is, when you come up against these types of players, these types of creative players like BAJI Junior and the likes, you have to lock up shop at times. You have to make things a lot more difficult for them at times. And it's just not been the case for Adefola in this one. So there's still more room to kind of work with. There's still more room to improve for him defensively. But there's still a lot of games to go. And if you're going to be coming up against the likes of BAJI, the likes of KILLERFREAK, Mitchell, all these guys, your defense has to be up there with everybody else.
I totally agree with you, especially against some of these players who love to move the ball so fast and so quick. Adefola, the man who is known for his slower build-up, has been struggling throughout the elite divisions, but he has done himself very well by getting himself 6 out of a possible 9. Now he's up against a very tough opponent in BAJI, who has gotten the first goal in the opening stages of the game. The question is, how can Adefola get back into this game, and how can he do it as early as possible? While BAJI will be looking to get that one over the line again, looking to see if he can get himself a goal that can give him some breathing room in the first half. Jibade bombs down that byline for Adefola. Mariona decides to go for that finesse. We did see that one with Tactical against KINGNONEX in that game that ended in penultimately in 6-6 for both players. Here's Adefola. Oh, every single time I see that nutmeg flare pass, I love it so much. I only know how to do nutmeg flare, but I can't really find out.
Get into the pass. There's different variations actually. We've seen the flare nutmeg into the pass. There's also the flare nutmeg pass cancel, which is crazy because you follow the animation of the pass coming, and right in the middle it's cancelled. So it can really catch you off guard. But I think that one is for the high level skillers. So far, we've not seen it too much. Great pass from Fola. Decides to take his time with it. I thought there was a pass in the middle.
There was a cutback there waiting for Adefola to really enjoy himself, but he didn't see that one on time. Well, it's easier to see everything from the angle where we are right now than being in. So pardon us if sometimes we get too excited with it. However, talking about that skill, this is one of these where I just didn't go pro. You know, it's a little too much sometimes. I have to leave it to the likes of them BAJI Juniors, the Killer Freaks, the Farouk Mamzo. Sometimes you see what these guys are doing with their fingers, and you're like, yeah. Let me go back to my day job.
Hand to eye, hand to brain coordination.
It's crazy.
It's up there. It's difficult to keep up sometimes, but we try our best, Manny and I. Maybe one of these days we'll bring you guys the Caster Showdown, which I think obviously anybody who has watched me play know I'm a strong favorite. But these days, Nigeria seems to have bragging rights again. But we'll see.
What? Okay, you know what? Let's go back to what we have on the screen as probing. Lots of probing done there by BAJI Junior, and you can see ADEFOLA trying to turn transition into goal, but BAJI says nope, not today. Good pass. BAJI is really stretching this defense apart, and I think the ultimate thing for BAJI I've noticed so far is he likes to stretch you from the flank and come to the middle and see if he has space inside. But for ADEFOLA, aside that goal, he has learnt and figured out one a little bit earlier on. ADEFOLA really not taking some of the chances I'm seeing. There are passes I'm seeing for ADEFOLA that are just not going.
Exactly. His build-up is quite different from everybody else, and that makes it a little bit slower as compared to what the other guys will see. I think ADEFOLA in his mind is more or less like a perfectionist, taking some of those risks with those through balls. Maybe not too much of his style, but he's looking for that perfect pass to create that perfect opportunity. And at times, it kind of slows down the offense, but when it's working, it
does look so good on TV.
It's a joy to watch.
Oh, that one there.
Moment.
Nearly connecting. We did see KILLERFREAK use that one, reckless abandon against his opponent, KAYKAY. I wonder what just happened in that game with KAYKAY. Towards the end, it just felt like both players decided not to even defend again and just score as much goals as they could.
Palestra at the back, I think he's been a stable fullback to use in this game. Him and Nico O'Reilly pairing as the two fullbacks consistently be used by these players to tell you that these guys are good. So if you've got weekend league on your mind and you're looking for fullback options, I am actually in that bracket as well, because I'm still using Theo Hernandez. I'm still using my old Marcos Llorente. I've got to change it up. So maybe Palestra and Nico O'Reilly might be the way to go. Even though there are rumors of maybe a new Theo Hernandez SBC coming. But right now, as it stands, I think the best two fullbacks in the game, certainly Nico O'Reilly and Palestra.
Oh, player pass locked onto Kaka. Turns right on the money. Good pass. Holds onto the ball just a little bit too longer. And now I think ADEFOLA has an opportunity to make one or two changes, as he's the one who went for that pause cue. And you can see how much it is taking from that man. He is sweating it out right there. This game, sometimes it looks like it's just really mental, but there's a whole lot of things that go into it. There's a hand coordination. So yeah, just for you to understand why some of the players sometimes are sweaty, there's a whole lot of buttons being pressed at the same time. You see that Flare pass. There's a whole lot of process happening at the same time.
Yeah, there's so much happening that to consume all of that is kind of difficult at times. These guys playing at this level, not easy at all. Mark Tomini. BAJI Jr. has been the one probing lately, and he just hasn't had that all-important second goal. And we did see it against Mitchell. He did start strong, got that first goal. But that second goal was always lacking. Mitchell eventually found a way in. Could that be the same story against ADEFOLA again? Oh, ADEFOLA once more. Maybe I've gotten the finesse in.
Just maybe they would even have paid him off a little bit better. Semenyo is combining with Kaka excellently. McTominay, Kante, Shelling, passing in and around there. You do smell the danger. ADEFOLA smells this also and snuffs it out with just one tackle. And Hendrick, the man, the danger man, the man who was involved in all of the goals against Mr. Oga, now has the ball onto Sa. Goes for that low GV this time around. Maybe trying to see if he could squeeze it through the goalkeeper's legs.
BAJI Jr. was very clever. There was two options. He could have gone for the pass there for that, but immediately BAJI realized that, okay, this guy's not going for the pass anymore. Let me just keep running with my fullback. That's how come he closed that angle, because if he had switched on to try to track that pass, I think that angle would be perfect for a low-driven finesse. Oh, come on. Fola again, making chances but unable to convert them.
He should be converting that one any day, any time. And this time around, this one that could have been something worthwhile for him is called back as an offside. Baji switches play. Nico Riley. Oh, if Baji gets the second goal now, it might sound problematic for Adefola. Semenyo tries to squeeze in. Semenyo again for Baji. On the byline, Mariona now has the ball. She's holding on to it a little bit too long, but there is a reason for that. Kaka passes the ball to McTominay. Against the one of play. This one didn't look like the one that was definitely going to be going in, but it did go in. Low driven effort from McTominay, way beyond the grasp of the goalkeeper. There was nothing anybody could do about that one. And he gets that second lead, second goal lead.
It is indeed against a round of play, because you look at the last 5 minutes, it was Adefola.
All Adefola, right?
But this game was taught us multiple times where you fail to take your chances, you will be punished heavily. We saw that in KILLERFREAK versus KAYKAY. KAYKAY kept getting opportunities, just couldn't finish them, and KILLERFREAK certainly took the chances and ran away with it. And it seems like that might be the story here today, as the game evolution athlete, BAJI Jr., taking full advantage of Adefola's indecisiveness up top with 3 minutes left till we head into halftime. McTominay, I think it's been stellar in that midfield, making those darting runs in the box, and exactly when you need him to step up, he has stepped up. BAJI Jr., I think he's playing for last attack.
Yeah, which is very, very sensible, because if he loses the ball in the wrong area, you know, he does give Adefola the opportunity to get one back. As you can see right now, Adefola going all the way, but the referee has already called that one. Very, very intelligent play there by Baji. If he gets to go 3-0, but if he allows Adefola come back 2-1, it doesn't spell good for him at all. Well, right now he's in cruise control, autopilot mode. He's done the business for the first half, but we've seen again and again the second half is usually the tale of two different worlds. Let's see what Adefola will be able to serve us up in his kitchen for the second half.
Well, I think some of the things we've seen from Adefola just hasn't been the best, especially in front of goal. You kind of attribute him to somebody who is a perfectionist a little bit, the type of chances that he's looking for to get in are those clear-cut chances. But with this game, especially against these types of opponents, the number of times you're going to get clear-cut chances is minimized. So with the half chances, you have to take good use of them. And I believe Adefola is good enough to create the half chances, and he's just got to take them.
Yeah, we did see that one with the second goal there by McTominay, where it was literally a half chance from McTominay. Look at it just on your screen. That one, he was able to squeeze it beyond the goalkeepers. Sometimes you need half chances, sometimes you get quarter chances. The most important thing is you're creating something out of nothing, and you're taking advantage of them as they come. As you can see, quick pause for whatever reason, both players trying to fix something in their gameplay. Kate Esports National E-Soccer Elite League. This has been a fun one to watch so far. So we can't even believe that with all the excitement, this is just day one of week 2.
Exactly. Tomorrow we do it same time here again around 12 p.m. West African time. Make sure you are tuned in live. Whether it's 12 p.m., 1 p.m., we will go live, and the games will come to you back to back to back. Exactly where how we like it in the action booth. Make sure you are not missing out on it at all. There's still loads and loads of action to come. There's still big games to come. Mind you, KINGNONEX so far has only played Metro and Tactical. So eventually we'll see a KINGNONEX versus KILLERFREAK. Eventually we'll see a KINGNONEX versus BAJI. KINGNONEX versus ADEFOLA. KINGNONEX versus Guru. Like, so many big games. KINGNONEX eventually will have to play Farouk Manzo. And that's vice versa. Farouk will have to play all of these guys too. And all of this action will be live. Can you afford to miss it? I'm sorry. You cannot. If you're looking for high level of FC, Manny and I will certainly be here to take you guys through everything that the National Elite League has got in store for you.
I mean, if you're someone like a Farouk Mamzo, you're watching from Morocco right now, looking at what these guys are doing, how crazy it is going. Do you think his heart is beating a little bit different from it did last year?
I think he understands now that the competition has kind of leveled up a bit.
Yeah.
It's not the same as what it was last year. I don't think he's going to be bulldozing his way through. Maybe a couple of score lines, right? Flattering team where maybe he might win comfortably. But the games, some of the games that he won comfortably last year,
it might just prove very tricky this time around. I absolutely agree with you. And the thing is, when it comes to moments like this, when you have hungry players and they have found a chink in the armor of his, longtime friend, and John or Cam, which is KILLERFREAK. I think he might just give some of the other players a little bit of the idea that, you know what, if we can take this one off KILLERFREAK, we definitely can take something from Farouk. And I think it's very important how the result of the first game goes for Farouk Mamso. If he loses the first game, he's in trouble.
I mean, that will make for massive TV. But like we said, Farouk playing in Morocco in the Ibotola, finishing top 8 there as well, not easy at all, playing high-level opponents. And we know usually the Moroccans, when it comes to Africa, they are at the very top of the pile. So make sure that you tune in when, of course, Farouk does come, which will be next week. Every single game will be red hot. So, you know, Farouk has kind of gained some experience. He's played with top players as well. So he's not coming in as a slouch at all. And, of course, he's coming in as the reigning defending champion of the National Elite League. And I'm telling you, he'd love to defend that crown.
Absolutely. You know that man, highly competitive, highly talented. If there's any time for him to show that he is truly the king, it is in this elite division. But there are many men who are going for the crown. This is the time where he would want to step up to the plate. But as you can see right now, BAJI trying to see if he can get himself 10 points. 10 points will put him on the same platter or the same place with Tactical as it stands. Maybe Tactical might be taking it with a little bit more of the goal difference, depending on how that one ends. Semenyo, woo, that control. Oh! How did he turn? Player lock, stop player locking, pass the ball, turn back, player lock again, and pass the ball. Wow.
It's what you do when you're composed. Composed in the sense where usually, and I put myself in the bracket, when someone goes down the byline, we are panicking. We just want to play the pass and find somebody in the box. And sometimes in Ghana, any Ghanaian watching me will understand my try, my quest. Sometimes it's try your luck. Yeah. That's what we do on the byline. But BAJI Jr. doesn't like trying his luck. He wants perfection. He wants to make his own luck, like you're saying. So that player lock there, turning it off and switching and moving it was just excellent from this man right there. And rightly so. We get a smile out of him as you see the conversation between him and his brother. I told you, this man, if you're thinking KINGNONEX is on form, this guy is on form as well. Because I told you last week, after beating the likes of KILLERFREAK and Co, that same night, went on to win another tournament. The guy is truly showing that this could be his moment that changes how everybody views him. How everybody views him as a guy who maybe cannot always get over the line. This time around, the story is different. He's a man now. We've seen him grow from a boy to a man. He's definitely taking the reins.
I agree with you. This might be the crowning moment. The moment where the prince eventually became a king.
I think it's a handing of a baton moment, because I think if we replay this fixture maybe a couple of years back, 2 years, 3 years back, ADEFOLA would be the favorite.
Yeah.
But in these circumstances, BAJI Jr. has kind of turned the corner around, and now you feel like he is. In basketball, back then when Magic Johnson and Larry Bird were the top guys in the seed, Michael Jordan came in practice, beat them, and man, you know what he said to them? There's a new sheriff in town. I think BAJI Jr. has every right to tell everybody there's a new sheriff in town.
I agree with you. 3 goals to the good against the legendary Fola, and he is still playing this way. Yeah, he deserves all the accolades he can get. You can see him back into locking in and ensuring that he stays true to getting all of the 3 points today. 10 points after 2 days of game week action. You know, we're talking about how every player will play, I think, 12 games each.
Yeah, exactly.
And he has played 4. He has 10 points.
And we did say that the cutoff point
might be like 20 points.
And he's already halfway there.
Yeah, he's already, that's for the top 8. But that's not to win it.
Yeah, but I think BAJI Jr. has a side set on winning the whole thing.
No, absolutely. He has to win.
Imagine if he goes on and wins that thing. Oh, that's ultimate respect on his name. In a tournament that featured the very best. Because I'm telling you, there's no player in Nigeria right now playing on Ultimate Team Game mode. That is good enough, and it's not in this tournament.
Absolutely.
If there's anybody, let me know in the chat.
Maybe you can say
it's featuring the best 13 players.
Yeah.
It's featuring the best 13 players, no doubt. I don't think there's anybody out there that can rub shoulders with these guys. These guys have shown that they are clearly the very best of the best.
I mean, don't forget, from the Onile tourney down to Challengers Cup, down to the Pro Leagues, and back to the Elite Division. Every single person, whoever it is, you think you are deserve to be here. You think you're better. I don't think it's anybody right now in Nigeria that can beat their chest and say, oh, I'm better than these guys when it comes to LAN Event FC at all.
Maybe see, you might be, oh, what the finish. Baji Junior. It's absolutely
Junior, take me home.
It's 4.
Wow.
And it's 4 goals, which have been absolute top draw. Baji Junior, the new name on everybody's lips. Well, after day 1, week 2, could be soaring straight to the top of the table. You said goal difference,
nah,
but you wiped it away.
Yeah, I think he's done that job.
That's impressive. Look, Manny was saying earlier that even if you are good, maybe you might beat these guys on 95 overall or normal kickoff.
Yeah.
Or when it comes to Ultimate Team, the preferred version when it comes to playing FC at the very highest level, these guys are certainly the best available. And if you might be wondering, if you're in the chat and you're saying, you know what, I'm good, but how do I get to compete? Make sure you're following KD Sports all around, and make sure that when it's time for Onile Championships, when it's time for the Challengers Cup, that is the pathway to the Pro League.
Yeah.
You've got to earn your spot. Make sure you're there. Make sure you are competing.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're tentatively going to be seen as we see that tackle be deployed by Baji now. KAYKAY running out. I'm going to be giving you guys more updates on the Onile tourney after this attack is done, and the nutmeg pass just doesn't get to the desired.
Manny, I just got it to the comments. And shouts for whoever took that comment in. I believe, Manny, you and I were on comms for EMPF final as ADEFOLA banks it in. Remind you,
yes,
EMPF
this was the final.
It was a rematch.
Yes, this was a
ADEFOLA
rematch.
got the win. Baji Junior says, "This is my revenge."
Yeah, I mean, we did talk about that one. If you wrote this tape back a couple years, 2024, that was when the final happened. I think in June 2024, ADEFOLA comfortably saw. But I mean, by comfortably, it wasn't like the tightest of plays right now, but that was one of the moments where ADEFOLA also, cemented his name further in that history in Nigerian esports. Now it is Baji Junior's turn. He's the one who has stepped up to the plate, and it does look like the years have rolled by a little bit for ADEFOLA as he is back looking to get just one goal out of this one, maybe for consolation, because that's what it looks like he might just be getting out of this one. There's a pause queued by Baji Junior. The man has scored 4, but he's still waiting for a pause. That's to tell you how crazy that boy is. But oh, wow.
Baji Junior, I mean, when you see them kind of try these sorts of things, because I think if the game was very close, maybe he doesn't get to try some of these things, but that's what happens when you are comfortable, and right now Baji is indeed comfortable, and he's earned the spot to be comfortable. He's 4-1 up, 10 minutes to go to secure all 3 points, and he's in pole position to just enjoy himself at this point. Baji Junior, a guy who's always been in the mix, and if you follow the story, you will definitely be in love with the story. As Manny told us, he's always close to getting there. Last year he finished top 4 in the Elite League, just didn't have enough to kind of beat KILLERFREAK and Farouk at the top of the table. Well, this year the story looks like it's changing. As ADEFOLA will get one back. Hello, there's 7 minutes plus. At that time, 2 goals. Manny, is it impossible?
I'm sure he's going to end the call very soon.
Hello, Manny.
I'm sure he's going to be ending the call very soon.
Are we picking up this call on the camera?
Listen, I'm a man for moments, but you can see quickly his brother and his coach telling him to manage the game.
The job is not done yet.
Tell him, listen, manage the game, ensure the ball doesn't get to ADEFOLA. We'll probably see the very best of ball management. But I was going to say, shout outs also to Game Evolution for seeing the talent that is Baji Junior long time ago. I think he got signed to Game Evolution 2023.
I think Mr. Kumi gave a little insight as to where he saw him the first time as a young guy playing and saw that potential. So shouts to Game Evo, Mr. Kumi, all those guys that have got a tactical eye to get these types of guys in the right position.
Yeah, I mean, seeing these talents on hand early on and taking them off, the street to give them a platform like this to shine through. And 3 years later, it just seems like he's the one who will be paying the dividends and the faith that was entrusted in him. As I think we're going to go back to the game, but look at ADEFOLA. We've spoken about Baji Junior a lot, but ADEFOLA, this is not the space we see him in a lot, where he is not just losing, but outrightly being beaten by his opponents. It does feel like he's not enjoying his FC anymore. I think it might be time to start calling it off. Or is it too early?
That might be too early to say, as there's still a lot of FC to see from him, because that mind, he's just got that brilliant mind. And at times, once you sleep on these OGs too early, they can come back and prove you wrong. I've seen that with Wonder Kid, I've seen that with Guy Kobe. I think ADEFOLA has that in him as well. 5 minutes to go, and BAJI Jr. trying everything he can to hold on to this lead. BAJI maybe to get the final nail in the coffin. Well, Fola can win the ball back, and he can make things interesting, certainly, if he can make sure he gets a goal from this. Through Sa, the KD sportsman. ADEFOLA.
Oh, wow.
That was just offside on that one. BAJI Jr., well,
that's insane.
He has certainly been let off by that offside right there.
Yes, sir. As you can see, for the first time in this entire game, ADEFOLA just heaving a huge sigh. That tells you he knows how close he was to sort of ruffling the feathers of BAJI Jr. Now BAJI Jr. is going to apply another round of ball management. The last one took over 2 minutes off the clock. This one so far has taken 1 minute. There are just 2 minutes left, plus whatever it is we're going to get in extra time. And there are 2 minutes left, 2 goals left in this tie. For BAJI, it's also important that he takes these 2 goals out, because he will be needing the goal difference. Is going to be ending day 1 at the top of the table.
Just look at that strength from Semenyo right there. It tells you proper Ghanaian man. He's been stocking up on fufu.
What do you mean by that? As he gets the 3rd goal. Oh, the 3-goal lead is back. He's going to be sleeping tonight as the champion of day 1, week 2.
I mean, he was player of the week last week. Maybe this week he might not be, but he started perfectly, and you'll certainly be a part of the candidates. BAJI Jr., he will be a name that will certainly be remembered, taking down one of the top dogs in ADEFOLA in this league, finishing with a 5-2 scoreline. This could be a strong candidate to winning the whole elite league. Maybe you didn't have him to finish top 4, but now you've got to change the narratives about him. From a prince, could this be his moment to be crowned king? At the final whistle goes, BAJI Jr. gets all 3 points.
Well, that is going to be the headlines after tonight. ADEFOLA losing this audition to see if he can, hang with the big boys. Well, not really in trouble per se. He has 6 points out of 4 now. For BAJI Jr., this is 10 out of a possible 12. Excellent job done.
Strong start.
Very, very strong start, especially with the level of opponents he has dispatched on his way.
I mean, he's beaten ADEFOLA, he's beating KILLERFREAK, he's done with Mitchell. That's a strong lineup right there to pick up.
Exactly. I mean, you're looking at it, you're wondering to yourself, who can stop this man now? There are not so many players you can put your hat, can throw the hat in the ring, say, okay, with the form, the which way of form he is in, these are the guys who can stop him. Well, maybe a Farouk Mamzo somewhere.
Maybe a KINGNONEX.
Maybe a KINGNONEX also, because maybe there's a tactical somewhere also. But whatever the case is, we have 3 more weeks plus tomorrow's action. So don't go anywhere. The action is still ripe. I mean, I've had a lot of fun today.
Exactly. I mean, if you haven't had fun, maybe if not, you've not really been paying attention. Maybe you didn't tune in from the start. But if you didn't tune in from the start, here's a recap of how things went down. KINGNONEX versus Tactical was an absolute classic here. 6-6 it ended. ADEFOLA getting that all-important 3 points at the last minute dagger against Mr. Oga. Guru also got that win against Mr. Oga. Mr. Oga has kind of been unlucky, losing both games to just 1 goal margin. Well, Elevation, you can say for the double as well, losing 7-6. Mitchell winning against KILLERFREAK 5-3, and then KAYKAY all-important performance against ANIFE 8-5.
Well, BAJI Jr. went up against Mitchell, and both players played as a 1-all draw, the lowest scoring game we have seen in the entirety of the elite divisions from last year. And now ANIFE and Guru played as a 5-3, where Guru saw out ANIFE and got the 3 points. ANIFE have not really been looking so great so far. KAYKAY and KILLERFREAK played at a 21-goal thriller. KAYKAY led, KILLERFREAK led, KAYKAY led back, and KILLERFREAK ran away with it. KILLERFREAK winning 13-8. The first 3 points for KILLERFREAK in this season's episode of the elite division. Tactical seeing out the boy in a 5-4 thriller. That one needed a 92nd goal win for Tactical, while BAJI saw out ADEFOLA with 5-2. That was the one we just saw on the stream right now. That is the last action we have for you guys today. This one has been very quick. It's been very, very straightforward. We hope we have served you guys some very, very hot, spicy Nigerian jollof.
Exactly. That's certainly been hot and spicy. And we get to see what their next matchups will be. BAJI certainly be playing Farouk next. Tactical playing ANIFE. That should be fun as well. Guru and KAYKAY should certainly be another interesting game. So make sure you are tuned in tomorrow. Tomorrow by 1 p.m. West African time. This is the place to be. The action goes down here. From Money, myself, the whole broadcast team, we say salute to you. But before we go, how do things look on the table? BAJI, Tactical, both of them on 10 points. Currently, BAJI at the top with that +8 goal difference, all important. Guru has not been bad at all. 3 wins from 4, gets him 9 points. Mitchell, also 7 points, starting strong. KAYKAY with just 6 points. The man who was the runner-up in the Pro Leagues, maybe struggling to acclimatize to the situation here in the Elite League, but there's still a long way to go. So you just can't write him off the great things to come. Well, Elevation, 3 games, 6 points. ADEFOLA, 4 games, 6 points.
And in the second half of the table, as it stands, KINGNONEX, who has played only 2 games, has 4 points with 2 goal difference. KILLERFREAK has 3 out of a possible 12 points. He's only won 1 and lost 3 times in a row. Farouk has not been on the stream yet. We'll be seeing that man in the coming weeks in the week 3 of the action. Mr. Olga, he's left with 0 points after 3 games. You might call him the unlucky man.
Him, that boy, kind of unlucky.
They've been inside the conversations, but they have just not found a way to win. While ANIFE has not really been at his best at all. Has -12 goal difference and 0 points. While for Dadaboy, he has 0 points, -14 goals after 3 games played.
Well, certainly that's it from the broadcast crew. Manny and myself, we've been enjoying ourselves across the world. We are supposed to be your tourist guides, but I think we're enjoying the tour more than anybody else.
We're having so much fun.
Yeah, exactly, we're enjoying the ride. And I tell you, there's still more action on this ride to come tomorrow. Be there for the action, day 2 of week 2, National E-Soccer League. We'll see you.
Ended in perfection, and Chooks with the Akuma look on his face. Oh my God. Medicine. Champion EAFC 25, KILLERFREAK.
From everyone that competed today, whether you won or lost, your presence today has contributed to the growth of esports in Africa. Let's keep the spirit of Cage 24 alive, share, post, and have a good night. Thank you.